Hello everybody, welcome back to Trothar Chronicles, which we had to redo that a bit, so we'll have some fun here. How's everybody doing today in the players group?
Yay!
Very good. We finally have a whole group again, because two of our members over here were little lovebirds and went off, but we're very happy to have you both again. We missed you both.
Oh, which ones are they?
Yeah, I wonder who that is.
Yeah, me and Erica.
Wow.
Be nice. No, we are very happy to have everybody back again, you know. Volks, you're doing a good job. And I'll say this, Nix, you're doing a good job. But God, am I happy to have a full team today, especially with the stuff I'm going to throw at all of you. Fun times.
From the bullshit I've heard, it was very interesting.
Indeed, the Sovereign's here.
Oh,
Right.
he's still here?
Yeah.
He's so
Yeah.
misunderstood!
I will end your bloodline.
Okay, Vulcan, my love, my darling, shut up!
No.
Indeed, he is still here. Specifically, not only is he still here, he has caused a lot more trouble, and it's very clear that so far the school can do nothing about it. You've all also learned that, in a way, Daria has gotten worse and bit Ghost pretty bad. You learned some other not fun things. So that's why you all are not at the school right now, but you are heading to therapy. Specifically with Buddy, the Komodo dragon, who's just like lounging out in front. But before we get into the actual gameplay, we have a few updates for everyone. First and foremost, this will be 2 weeks later. But definitely heard loud and clear. I'm happy to hear that people prefer the Saturdays. I just wanted to double check because we had a surprising increase, like a huge increase of people on Monday, so I grew a little interested. But no, we'll keep it on Saturdays. Probably releasing on the community tab. I already did that. Probably saying like, hey, a little bit unwell. If I sound a little out of it today, it is because I am still unwell. Let's just say I'm a woman, and sometimes once a month we have a little period where we're not well. You can figure out what's going on there.
I don't get it.
Yes, because you're not a gal.
Don't worry, I'll bap him later on your behalf.
Thank you. The point is, I'm right now not feeling the best, so if I sound a little out of it, no worries, just feeling a little unwell. But in the case of everybody else, we have a few other announcements. Again, we've got some fun little things we've been picking up. Besides the fact that we're going into the, like, Christmas time, I guess, actually, now that yeah, it is going to technically be December. Just as a heads up, we're not going to have any holiday-themed kind of session this year. Maybe next year, but not this year. And the final other big announcement, because I think this is very important to give some praise out and to shout out some of our players and such, is that indeed, we're looking at some of our players like Nix over here, has done 2 new little icons for the school as well as the dragon hunters we'll be working with. And I'm probably going to see about using one of those as like the official kind of one for the dragon hunters. So give a little shout out to Nix over here.
I finished lining it.
Exactly. There are some things I might suggest to it, but it looks pretty good.
Here you go.
Alright. As well, a little shout out over here to one of our other players, which is again Volks and Churgo over here. Just to give a shout out to them because the Hawks will be coming back. Probably by the time this one comes up, they'll come back for a bit. But the Hawks are coming back, so have fun for that little time. Where the mystery and the I don't know what you two do are coming on back.
You think we know?
I'm waiting for it to just to dissolve into just full Monty Python sketch by like 30 episodes in.
Look, all that happens is Chugga pumps out a really interesting and vivid script, and then I just say something on my mind, and then eventually, after years of turmoil, we get the script.
It's like having Kaiser and Taka in a room, honestly.
So what you're saying is, Churgo is the left brain and you're the right brain.
No.
Like Oreos and pussy.
Indeed. So the point is, I wanted to give a few shout outs there, just because again, it's good to have the whole team back. And since those are all I can think of for right now, which again, this will be coming out, so probably around this week, you all will have the video coming out that will have the auditions. Please make sure to audition for that. I would love to see that project get underway, because then again, that's some fun little world building things I can have up. And don't worry about Wolf Tales. It is still coming. The videos will be coming out. It's just these are fun little things because this one Wolf Tales video is about like an hour and 17 minutes. That is a lot to edit, but it's getting there. Okay, so with all those announcements done, players, are we ready? Very good. Oh, hold on. I just got this. Actually, right now, I just got this notice from Danny. Looks like we have a little video made by Multi-Fandom Studios. I will have to take a look at that later. But thank you very much, Multi-Fandom Studios. So give a shout out to Multi-Fandom Studios for Edith Hollyhock, Hidden Horrors of the Factory. Heck yeah, good for you. Thank you very much. We'll be taking a look at that. As a reminder, please send it over in the comments of the videos or for us on Blue Sky, because down with Twitter. God dang, that thing sucks. But again, send it to the Blue Sky Trothar, send it in the comments of the videos, send it anywhere we can find it, because we love taking a look at this, so thank you very much. I will definitely be taking a look at that afterwards. But
I got curious and I looked and I'm like, oh, that was made! Oh boy!
God dang, yeah, so it looks like it's like a very short one. God dang, I am very, very interested. Super excited. But we'll have to take a look at that after. So, is everyone ready for the warnings before we get to the actual game?
Yeah.
Alright, Trothar Chronicles is a fun story, but it's not intended for young audiences. Topics of violence, gore, abuse of multiple kinds, definitely some icky topics like Greek-inspired incest kind of stuff, as well as some very horrific stuff like animal abuse comes into play here. Especially today, we'll be talking again about abusive relationships, specifically that of romantic abusive relationships, oppression, which will be coming in big today, and probably, if we get through to it, which I'm pretty sure we will, we are going to be looking at poisonings. So please be aware of that. Please prioritize your own mental health over a game. Don't watch this if that freaks you out. There are plenty of other stories in Trothar that will come out. Please do not put the game above your mental health. Please have fun. But for those of you who are interested, viewer discretion is advised. And players, are we ready to get into the fun story that starts with therapy?
Why the hell is the fucking Sovereign still here?
Because he is!
Ah!
Points at Mabel.
Someone help my daughter, please.
Just points at Mabel.
That's why he's here. But
Also,
Yeah.
I think he just wants pussy.
I mean, he
not
did
wrong.
hand out.
You're
He
not-
did hand out a bunch of flowers.
That's-
He did hand out a bunch of flowers.
Yeah.
That's another thing we learned last time. He is just desperate for it right now.
Oh,
So
yeah.
desperate for it.
yeah, well, I'm
Maybe-
not constantly at his house anymore, so
Wrestling
Neither
out
am
here. Wrestling out here like, hey, Hollyhock, mind helping me keep track of this fucker?
Indeed, some people made deals with Hollyhock. So basically what we had is we got to see again the entire school moved upside down because the Sovereign is here. People stood up to him or didn't. You guys got a chance to interact with him and a few other students. And eventually it got to dinner time when at the beginning of it, when you guys went to go get your kids, it was eventually revealed that, well, Daria attacked Ghost. Because Ghost was told to watch out for, like, all of that and everything else. There were some fun things as well earlier, such as the fact that well, Mabel proposed. All rejoicing to that to Clover. Kind of proposed, told her he was going to. Good things as well, like Rustling getting to know other people, and Yarrow getting to learn that he's gotta fight some people, so fun on there. Octavio getting to learn more about Kobold history and having an existential crisis in the but now the adventure continues because we are on to therapy.
Oh no.
Therapy.
I'd like not to go to therapy.
Too bad.
I promised my daughter I would, so I'm going.
Yeah,
And I have to be a good example for my children.
Alright.
Damn.
So Cold Duster, without, again, like, basically without much prompting, has paid specifically for not necessarily all of your therapies, but just for little Daria, has paid for 6 sessions because basically what she has explained is she is trying so hard to make sure that Daria doesn't get labeled as problem. Because if she's labeled as problem and she's a new age, that means she's going to get muzzled. And she is trying everything in her power to not have that happen. Because again, Cold Duster has explained, she doesn't care if she got bit in the neck, but she has to report it because a kid got bit. And specifically, she doesn't want Daria hurt or muzzled up because she knows Daria's a good kid. She just knows this is above her pay grade of what she can figure out what to do. So you guys all make it out. Buddy the Komodo dragon is just, again, like, dug a little section from the pond to drink some water, and he's just taking a fairly good amount of a drink, pushing it back so the dirt doesn't specifically flow out, and then he's just curling up while the wagon's still attached to him. Daria is still under your tail, Rustling. She's looking not happy.
Hey. Look, I know this might be new, but I do think it's gonna help.
She nods. Again, the building is basically right beside the farmer's field. It's the tall building with the 4 little spires. It's very imposing. It almost looks like a dark kind of asylum. There are 4 big spires above it, a large dome. It's definitely unnerving. And Daria is still holding your tail very tight.
Yeah, just gonna kind of do comforting fox noises, whatever the comforting fox noises are. As a player, I do not know what the fox says.
Don't start that meme! Don't start that meme!
What does the fox say?
Oh no!
I'm sorry. I did not. Okay, I forgot that was actually a song.
See, and this is where I tell our audience to look up another song from that same band called Stonehenge. It is a very great song. Listen to it.
Fair enough. No worries, Daddy.
That was a oopsie doopsie. I did a fucky wucky without meaning to.
Indeed. Basically here we have, again, like this very imposing thing. You're basically making like little kind of sharpy whistle noises. Because fox have like this little kind of high-pitched bird-like noise.
Comfort baby, comfort the baby.
You do. Do you go in with her?
Yeah.
Okay. The other kids are all with you. Does anyone else want to go in? I assume you all are going in, but just to check if anyone wants to stay up outside.
I'm going because I promised Mary.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'll go in. I'll be a good example for my kids.
Good. Yarrow?
He doesn't have a reason not to.
Okay. I'd be Octavio.
No.
Okay. No. Octavio?
He just said he ran to the bathroom.
Fair enough. I will assume Octavio's outside then. So, Ivy, Octavio, you guys are outside. For everyone else who went in, first and foremost, the outside to this place looks very terrifying, very absolutely scary, very everything. The inside is like a 180. There's nice soft carpet on the floor. There's or not carpet, but like hardwood on the floor. There's very nice stone pillars. It's nice and comforting. The paints around there have been used that doesn't like hurt the eyes. It's very nice. It's very gentle. It looks like why this looks imposing is because there are massive rooms for other people and staircases as well, so that these therapists have their own kind of centered place that they basically can just take it easy with. At the front is a little cobalt. Looks to be like probably a blue one. Kind of flipping its pages, taking a look, trying to figure something out. Looks up, looks at all of you, looks back up. Oh, hi! He hops off, looks over. Hey, you must all be... Oh, you don't have a team name. Okay. Oh, yeah, you just must be the people coming by. My name's Fliptail. Great to meet all of you. Miss Coalduster told me there was a little guy that got hurt. Kind of looks at Ghost because he's the one that's curled up in your arm still, Mabel.
Clinging to my boy.
Oh, and he got hurt by who?
My daughter, Daria.
Yeah, she looks over, sees Daria. Hey, little one. It's okay. She just smiles. I'll say this, I can make a joke about the fact that, maybe she's got bad luck because her name's Daria, but, if Daria hasn't killed her right now, I assume she approves. And she, goes over, grabs a book. Okay, let's see here. Kind of, looks through some pages. Okay, so... Does she do better with girls or guys?
Erica, would it be safe to assume the girls?
Yeah.
Girls.
Oh, Coalduster knows her well then. So she booked her in with 6 sessions with Palm.
Okay.
So because she's under, about 16, 17, because that's our Conoloth maturity, you have to go in with her, okay?
Oh, of course. Me as a player is like, I'm sorry, 17's the maturity age?
Yeah!
Noted.
Indeed. She looks to all of you. I did not know more people were coming. I'll say this, do you guys want to, book some therapy? Do you want to go in there with her? Because, looks at Mabel, your kid got bit. Do you want to go in too?
I'm okay.
Okay. Why don't you all sit out here then? And hey, if you all want, I'm more than happy to, once Rustling's booked in, I'm more than happy to have y'all get booked in with other stuff. We have tons of different kinds of therapy. Let's see, there's OCD, anxiety, PTSD, suicide, depression, rape, grooming, pedophilia, harassment, revival, war, survivor's guilt, anorexia, eating disorders, panic disorders, alcoholism, destructive behavior, abortion, tons of different things.
You must have a lot of good company then, huh?
We just have people who come in here. Remember, Dracodale Academy isn't just home for the students. This is where a lot of the riders come back to. We have veterans who come back from war and they need help, so they'll go see Sarah. Or they'll realize that their kid might have a learning disability and not be okay seeing other people outside in their communities, so they'll fly all the way over here and stay at Dracodale for a bit so their kid can get help from... There's tons of them, but one of the ones that's highly sought after is Oat. He's really good. And then again, we have cases where we have people who have gone from, basically gotten forced upon at a young age to have a kid or a grooming situation, and they'll take a look at Ash all the time. I mean, then we have even people who, come out later on in life when they're a writer and recognize they're trans or non-binary, and they'll either see David or Bog, or... Wait, no, they'll see Bog or Moss. I keep getting those mixed up. David's for divorce. No, but we have people who need help. You know? It's not a bad thing, it's just people need help. And sometimes writers don't do well throughout their life, and there's nothing wrong with that.
So, what exactly is therapy? I've never heard of it before coming here.
Well, it depends on what kind of therapy you want. For example, Palm is a child therapist. So Palm does everything from art therapy, sand therapy, music, play, and animal therapy. But if you prefer using drugs, so like psychedelics or something else to help you out through your anxiety, you'd go to Carrot, who can prescribe those things. Or if you want life coaching, you go to Lisa, and she might help out with that, as well as trauma. Or you might want cognitive therapy, so you'll want Moss. Or you might... Yeah, he looks up. Yeah, well, she looks up. Yeah?
No, I think he means he just straight does not know what therapy is. Not different types.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, well, therapy is where you have sometimes it's physical, because there is physical therapists, but we're a mental therapy. So when you have something that's mentally troubling you, you come in. Normally it is talking with someone one-on-one, but it can be various different types where you still talk to get help. You just go in and you take it easy.
How exactly are you able to know which one you might be needing?
Well, again, some of them is kind of very, very simple. Again, that's why we have so many. So Palm is oftentimes for kids who's afraid of men, but David is also for people who are not scared of men, and that's okay. There's nothing bad about it. It's just we have two different ones, because we have kids who have anxiety with women, we have kids who have anxiety with men, and we just give them the choice. But really, there are only two that are good with kids, which is David and Palm, which is why I asked you, what's your kid okay with?
Okay.
But no, you just tell us what the problem is, and we pick which therapist works the best with you. Sarah's our most expensive one. Same with Storm, but that's due to what they have to handle. Carrot, too, is pretty expensive. But Palm is actually one of our cheaper ones. 2 gold. So Coal Duster paid for 6 therapy sessions, so yeah, looks like you're cleared. So she points back there, number 5. That's your room. But again, kind of just looks to all of you. Basically, we have a lot of new age races that come to the school, and many of them don't know what therapy is, and this is sometimes their first access to therapy. We know how bad this can be, so we try to offer as much as we can.
I see.
Also, we know that this is going to cut into your dinner, so she pushes forward some apples. Here you go. You guys can eat some of those, but Miss Rustling, go back there, room 5. Okay?
Aye.
Okay.
Come on. Come on, honey.
Yeah, Atlas and Oceanus kind of start to follow, and Flipcock goes, no, it's just those two. Oceanus snorts, I'm not leaving my sister. There's nothing I'm going to do. Absolutely nothing. Flipcock holds up a toy, throws it. Atlas and Oceanus run off.
Yeah, Maple sees that. He'll turn to Rustling and go, I'll watch them.
Gives a kind of a soft smile. Thank you.
He nods.
Going back to therapy with the baby.
Okay. For those outside and those in the waiting room, we'll have 2 interactions after, but for now we're going to focus on Daria and Rustling. So, basically what happens is, I'm going to change the music to something a little gentler. We're going to use Yarrow's theme.
The soggy boy thing.
Indeed.
Why is this record covered in water?
I don't know.
Because you got it wet with all your fucking tears.
Indeed.
Was it a soggy boy, I guess?
Oh, the other thing I forgot to mention is that Wave learned a new word in class, which they're trying to curve because it's a swear word he picked up from the group.
Lol.
Yeah. Most likely Rustling, because Rustling just like to say it.
Yeah. So, you go to the back room, Rustling. Daria is again, shaking in your grasp. There's loud noises coming from the back. For everyone in the front area, the chairs kind of move a little bit. The door swings open, and looking down at you, Rustling, is an adult Indian elephant loxodon.
Oh.
Yeah, she smiles. Gives out a slight trumpet. Hello there. It is so nice to meet a new face. And this massive loxodon, this close to 7 foot, if not 7 foot loxodon, gets on her belly to get at your level, Rustling, as she looks at Daria. And she sticks out her trunk. Daria looks up at you. And then looks over at Palm, and then looks up at you.
So she's trying to see if it's okay?
Yeah.
Also, hang on before I respond. My son came into my room this morning and picked him up.
Fair enough.
She gives kind of a... She gives a nod. It's like, go ahead.
Yeah. Daria shakes the trunk. Palm smiles, looks her over, and then pulls out a stuffed fox toy. Daria looks really, really happy, but then looks back up at you and looks at the toy.
It's okay, honey. You can take the toy.
Yeah. Palm puts the toy inside the room, and Daria walks over to start playing with it. Palm gestures when she's back up all on her 2 legs, kind of wobbles a bit, because that's, for a very large race species, that's a little bit dizzying. She takes a second, looks to you, gestures for you to come in.
Yeah, she will. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, smiles, looks down at you. You must be Rustling. It is so good to meet you. Closes the door. I hear that Daria has been a bit aggressive, and due to Cold Duster, she wants to ensure that does not happen. As you know, if a new age is labeled a biter, they are put on a muzzle for their whole life.
Did I know that, Erica?
You didn't.
That is a bit new to me, but I'm glad to know it now.
Well, then we're going to work very hard. Here's the funny thing. Once you're in and the door's locked, she takes a pad of paper, like a scroll, and she's been writing stuff down. She sits on the chair, looks over at Daria, looks at you, writes it down. Daria perks up. Could you come over here? Daria looks at you, Rustling.
She gives a she'll give us very, like, comforting smile and a nod.
Yeah, Daria walks over and she said, for you, Rustling, this is a lot like Benjamin's room. So there's sand, toys, music, other things for the kids to be relaxed in. Palm again is writing it down, and she looks up to you. So, Daria, how do you feel today? Daria looks to you, Rustling, and she just tugs your arm. She kind of gestures for you to talk to Palm. Palm writes that down.
She can't talk verbally.
Do you know why?
I have only recently learned why, correct?
Yes.
Well, for a good while I wasn't aware, but it has to do with her being a selkie and not having her first swim yet.
Writes that down. Was that a surprise to you?
Yes.
Writes that down. She doesn't say anything for a bit. She just looks at both of you.
Rustling isn't sure what this means. But she's trying. She's probably going to be sitting next to Daria.
Indeed, she sees your response. She writes that down. And do you know who Daria's father is? She writes that down.
Yes, it's complicated.
Writes that down. And she has siblings,
Aye.
but they talk.
Aye.
Writes that down. And how much time do you focus on them versus Daria?
That is a good question.
Well, you try your
Erica?
best.
I try my best to make sure they all get attention.
Writes that down. And do you feel you're a good mother?
I try.
Writes that down.
I mean, I'd hope, but no one can really know for sure, I guess.
And do you hate your children? Daria perks up at that and looks to you.
No, they're my everything.
Even though they're having you come into therapy right now?
Yes, I want to make sure they're all okay.
Writes that down. Okay, I think I have seen enough then. I'm gonna roll a d6. Yeah, we're gonna... That makes a lot of sense why she'd start with that. Okay. So, let's talk about the fact that I believe that Daria's husband, or not Daria's husband, Daria's father, was your assaulter, and you've been groomed.
Yeah, no, she tenses at that.
There's nothing to be ashamed of it. You don't know much about your own kind, and you don't seem to know how that happened. And it appears to be you seem very anxious and afraid. I see this quite often with abuse cases when it comes to assault. Daria also keeps looking up at you to try and figure out if something's happened, meaning both of you came from a very abusive situation. And I am sorry you both went through that, because it is neither of your fault it happened.
James, this when you said it was a therapy session, okay.
It's a therapy session!
This is a person who I see. As a player, I understand why Cold Duster recommended her.
There, you okay there?
I so glad no one else was in the room.
Fair enough.
I need to keep my tragic backstory tragically secret for a bit longer.
Indeed, she looks to you. Very clearly, you've been through a lot, and the self-deprecation means that probably grooming happened. And so you specifically tried to do it all yourself, which is very unnatural for your species. New Age races like us are supposed to have polyamorous relationships, where multiple people will help raise cubs or children to ensure they're well taken care of, but you don't have anyone. So I assumed, correct, that it was an abuse case, but it could have also been that the mate was dead. Though I assume you hope he's dead.
One can hope, but I'm pretty sure he's still out there.
Aarakocra?
Nods.
I've seen those cases with Daria, because Daria's just looking at her. I've seen those cases with Daria before. Enfields. They are a few out there, but not often. But it looks like that's just the form Daria has taken. That's not necessarily saying that that's what Daria is. She's a Selkie, but she's stuck in that form, which probably is causing her behavioral issues for not being near the sea, and not getting the things she needs, which is probably why she's lashing out. But clearly you didn't know that, which means you have silky blood in you. Which means you weren't given the proper care as a young child. So tell me about your abusive father or mother.
Rosalie's just... She feels her
We'll be
daughter.
getting to... Yeah, Daria looks up at that. We'll be getting to her in a second, but... I need to know what you are going through so I can help her. And if you want her to pick up that it's good to talk in here, she has to see you doing it. Okay? Do you understand?
She takes a moment to breathe in, breathe out. Okay.
So, was it both or just one?
One, primarily.
Father?
Nods.
Writes that down. And do you know if your mother was a Selkie?
I never knew really anything about her.
Nods, writes that down. Selkie women are oftentimes captured from the sea and kept on land. Their pelts are then stolen from them to keep them as dutiful wives. They will never be able to go against their husbands. Though for you technically should. Possibly your mother might have made sure to dip you in the water at a young age. But I don't know if you are or not, because I don't see a pelt with you. But that's for another day. And it looks like Lil Daria is picking up what you just did. Because Daria looks at you, but then she looks like she opens her mouth at Palm, but then stops.
Question: Daria and them have been learning to write, yeah?
Yes, but she doesn't really know spelling. She knows alphabets. And she looks at her. Let me try to get something. She walks off, and she pulls out some cards. Specifically, she pulls out like just some normal stuff that she adds like a few to it. And she looks over. Daria looks up. I can use message on you to talk, at which Daria shakes her head heavily and starts, like, getting ready to snarl.
Hey.
Don't. Palm puts her trunk up. Don't be doing that. Daria growls. Or at least, because there's no voice coming out, there's just like this little hissy kind of noise. She looks, Daria, that's not nice. I do not appreciate that. Daria stops. And she looks to you. One parent trying to raise 3 means that sometimes they will look for attention that is not good. You do not give attention when Daria does something you don't want. Alright?
Okay.
And now that she's stopped, give her some attention and tell her why it's not good to do that.
Me as a player, it's like, okay, fuck.
Yeah, Daria does look to you.
If I'm trying to figure out how to word it. Fucking
Just it's not good to growl at people.
okay. My brain's like I'm overthinking it. It's not good to growl at people. It can give off. It can give the idea that you're about to bite or are angry.
Yeah, Palm nods. Daria perks up at that and sits, and Palm looks over. When you are really, really angry, it is okay to growl. But not when someone asks a question like that, alright? Daria puts her ears back. But you're trying to tell me something that you don't understand what to do. And if magic isn't good, this is actually something I use to help some people. She has what looks like, again, this loop of about 10 cards on it. Specifically, it has, from what you see, and she's showing Daria, like a happy face, and she points, happy. Flips the card, sad face, sad. And she keeps doing that. Hungry, sick, high, yes, no, all that kind of stuff. Daria looks interested at that, and Palm hands it over.
Are you high?
No, like hi as in hello. But no, Palm chuckles. Daria, I want you to tell me, how are you feeling right now? And Daria tugs on your shoulder, like on you to talk. And Palm shakes her head. No. I want you to tell me. Daria looks like she's getting a little annoyed as she looks at you, rustling.
Wouldn't you like to be able to tell others how you're feeling on your own?
Yeah, perks up, looks down. Looks up, looks down. And Palm has another one, which she looks over to you. Daria, I'm feeling, and she flips the cards and has the happy one, points to it, happy. Daria perks up at that, looks down, looks to you, rustling, and then starts to flip. And she sees what looks to be like a face that's like, specifically it looks like it's a guy who's got it specifically looks like it's an elephant, so a loxodon who's got a hand on his stomach and like grumbling noises. And she points at this. Palm perks up, you're hungry. And she walks right over, gets a piece of fish, and sorry about that. Gets a piece
of shit.
No!
It's just me getting my head a little bit wobbled because blood loss. No. Gets a piece of fish. Brain going too fast there. and hands it over to Daria, which, rustling, Daria looks incredibly, like, surprised. Really, really surprised and looks back up at you.
She just kind of gives a smile as she nods.
Yeah, and instead of asking you to talk, she actually just looks through the cards. And she then looks at the happy one and taps it at Palm, and Palm smiles, "You're happy. You know, there's another one you can do." And she moves the cards over and points to thank you. So Daria perks at that and then taps at that. "Very good. Thank you. That's right." Daria just goes completely eating the fish. Wrestling, could you roll me a wisdom?
Oh boy, wisdom. I sure can do that. I'm great at those, let me tell you what. 12.
Yeah, that's the first time technically your daughter has talked.
She has to cover her mouth a bit as she's like... She has a smile, but she has to blink back tears a bit as she's just watching that.
Yeah. Specifically looks over to you. "I assume where you came from showing emotion was not good?"
I suppose, admittedly, sometimes things are a bit fuzzy.
Perhaps your children pick that up if they do not see you showing emotion. Perhaps you can change that. And she just smiles at Daria. Daria then, after eating a little bit, actually looks to the cards, looks mad, and then points to the mad one at Palm. "You're unhappy. Why?" And she keeps looking at. "Okay, there's something there you don't want." She pulls out more, like she walks over, gets more cards, puts them out, and then Daria sees a heart and points at that, and Palm basically gets sorry, please, that kind of stuff, and puts it down on the cards. But Daria takes the heart and then starts tugging really hard on your arm, rustling. Yeah, Daria smiles and then taps the card and then taps you. And then taps the card and then taps you.
She's saying love you?
Yeah, she's saying love you. You okay there, Danny?
I'm trying so
Emotional
hard.
damage.
If you could see me, I'm clutching my chest.
Yeah, it's just Daria's never been able to say I love you, so she just really now wants to say I love you because she finally can say I love you.
I love you too, sweetie.
Yeah, Daria looks really happy and hugs you tight.
Hugs her. Yeah, she's not even gonna try to hide, fight back the tears. She's just nuzzling daughter.
Fair enough. No, Palm smiles. I have many nonverbal patients who oftentimes need some help, and we use these cards to help out. Even when Daria does indeed go to the ocean, because I assume you understand you need to, these cards will be used afterwards because her voice might be weaker or she might go back into these moments of needing time. And there's nothing wrong with that, alright?
Will we be able to get some of those cards until I have the chance to take her?
Yeah, she chuckles. Why do you think I'm going to say you can't take them? These are mine to give to you.
Oh.
I can make more cards later, and I have much more of a supply. These are yours to take.
I looks out at Daria. Hear that, honey?
Daria nods, and she starts, looking through and finds the thank you one and just taps it really hard. And Palm chuckles. You're welcome. Hopefully this will make things a little better. Now, I want you to tell me, and we're going to try to communicate a bit more with another method. And she pushes a chalkboard over with a piece of chalk. I want you to write down how many people are in your family. Daria thinks, and then she writes 1, 2, 3, and she kind of stops and looks up. You can circle. And then Daria circles, but then Rustling, she starts to do like other circles, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and circles that. 1, 2, 3, circles that. 1 circles, 1 circles. And then she kind of thinks and does like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, circles that. And points. That's a lot of family. She looks over to you.
Wrestling's blinking at that.
Yeah. Blinks at that, chuckles. Is all your family here right now? And she nods. And I assume it is the people outside? Daria nods, like, yes, my family is all outside. In other words, she's saying everyone in the party and the friend, like the kids, are her family.
Aw.
Love my daughter. I love her so much. I love my children.
Oh, but then she thinks, and she kind of looks, and the chalkboard's a bit small. So she kind of, palm rubs it out. But then she draws 2 other ones. And she looks sad. Is 2 of your family not here? She nods. And again, Palm looks to you. Nodding is another way I want you to communicate. To help her out so she knows. Nodding and shaking her head, okay?
Then she'll nod in response.
No, I mean, just encourage her to nod more, okay?
Of course.
Yeah, so Daria again looks up at Palm, and looks to you, and looks at Palm, and she chuckles. Alright, now we're gonna try to see if these methods work. And she looks over at you. Let Daria figure this out herself. And she looks over. Could you tell me what one of your favorite toys are? Daria stops, and she kind of looks, like at first she's looking to see if the cards have it. No, and she kind of thinks and looks over. And then she draws what looks to be a unicorn and turns it around to face Palm. Rustling, if you do remember, Mabel gave different toys to each of the kids, and it looks like her favorite toy is the one Mabel gave her, which is the unicorn.
Aw.
Look
And
at my
I will
palm
say-
go.
I did it.
Yeah, I will say this. Daria actually seems a lot more relaxed that she now has a way to communicate. She actually seems happy that people are understanding because Palm nods and goes, okay. So, your unicorn toy. And she nods very quick and she looks very happy. And now Palm looks a little serious. And last one. For a bit, do you understand that you hurt someone today? Daria puts her ears back and doesn't look up. Daria, do you understand you hurt someone today? Daria nods. And do you understand that biting isn't good? Specifically to one of your family? Daria nods. But now you have a way to tell him sorry, right? Daria perks up like, oh yeah, I actually have a way of doing that, and looks over to you, Rustling.
Baby.
But if you ever don't have your cards, and Daria looks back at Palm, hugs, if you are comfortable, are always good way to say sorry, or patting the shoulder. Okay? Why don't we go say sorry now? Daria perks up and quickly tries to get to the door. She tries to get up to it and get the doorknob, and she looks at all of you and Palm chuckles and walks over. For everyone in the lobby, for a fun little thing, the door opens for a second, and Daria actually comes running over to all of you with a chalk piece, chalkboard, and a, kind of loop. For those of you in the lobby, Atlas and Oceanus kind of look over to look at her. She kind of looks at them for a bit, but then is running over to Ghost, to which Ghost is kind of dipping his head a little bit, because he got bit.
Yeah, just hugging him a little tighter.
Yeah, Daria looks back at that, and actually looks up to Ghost, and then flips the cards, and holds up Mabel, what you see is a sign that says, sorry.
Yeah,
Which
just nudges Ghost so he can look at that.
Yeah, Ghost perks up to that, and she just taps that repeatedly. Ghost looks at that, looks at you, Mabel looks at that. It's okay. Thanks for saying sorry. Yeah, Daria just smiles and wags her tail.
Look at my daughter go.
Yeah, just smiles at Daria and just goes, very nice of you.
Yeah, she actually... Mabel, again, she perks up, she realizes this, she moves through the little things, and then picks one that looks like it says thank you, and holds that up.
Just goes, of course.
And then she taps it really, really hard and points at you.
Huh?
She then... I will say this to everyone here, she draws a, unicorn and points at it.
Oh, yeah, of course. I actually had a plushie like that when I was a kid, too.
She nods and smiles. I will say, rustling Palm leads you out for a bit. Palm smiles at all of you. He still have a little bit to go over. But Daria wanted to say thank you, as well as say sorry to her family. Apparently she sees all of you as her family.
Aw.
And Mabel's tail's wagging a little.
And apparently she said her favorite toy was a unicorn.
Well, I'm glad she likes it.
Indeed. I would like, if possible, everyone to come in. Because I want to try something, if that's alright.
Sure.
Fine.
Yeah, she sticks her head out. Looks over you, Ivy. Could you come in too, please?
Why? Fuck. When my voice doesn't break.
Indeed. Feeling. Ivy, you're not
Why?
impure. Because
Why?
Daria said that you're her family and she'd like you here.
I don't really see how, considering we've never spoken, but fine.
Oh, I will say this. Daria runs out to you, Ivy, with her little charts with a heart, and then taps it repeatedly and taps you.
We literally talked about this before the session started. For God's sake. She has like this maleficent response of like...
Oh, no.
Go away! I
Fine.
don't like children.
Yeah, like she's like, I don't like what this is, but fine. If the child is just a kind of vibe, but just slowly walks in.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing, is you all are led into Palm's room. All the kids you have just start playing with the toys. They're kind of a little bit, like, loud, but I assume you all are telling them to, like, be quiet.
Mm.
But specifically, Daria keeps going up to all of you and then tapping the heart and then tapping all of you.
Aw.
Mm.
Like, she looks really, really happy.
That is adorable. Shadow is like wagging her tail in response to saying that.
Yeah, and
I
she
was
does...
just rolling her eyes.
I will say, she goes up to Oleander and does the heart tap, goes to him, but then specifically flips the thank you and taps it a lot. Which Oleander kind of looks, oh, you mean for the cart? And she nods very quick.
Aw. Looks like you've been a very good friend.
Oleander nods.
She ruffles the top of his head.
Yeah. She chuckles, but then all of a sudden, because this is new for all of you, because Daria doesn't usually do a lot of physical activity like running around, suddenly she just flops on her rump and then starts breathing a bit harder.
Oh.
Yeah, Palm nods. This is what happens when Selkies are not brought to the water. They cannot breathe too well, and probably the poor thing is having chest issues. Give her a second, and then we'll go back to the work, alright?
Aye.
Yeah, Daria takes a breath, and then as if nothing happened, she's back up and getting back on the couch.
Gonna sit next to daughter.
Alright, Daria. Can you... Because she looks to all of you. Can you point to what exactly scared you? And Daria does look very anxious and shakes her head and goes, if there's something that's scaring you in this room, please point to it. Daria looks, and she points at Mabel.
Mabel puts his ears back a little bit at that, like,
And then she points to Ghost. And Palm writes that down. What exactly is scaring you? And Daria looked through her cards because she's like, frick it, I don't know what it is. But she starts getting her arms up and then flapping them really hard.
Wings?
Daria looks anxious but nods and sits down. Yeah, Palm looks over. What's your name? Points over to you, Shadow.
Shadow Leap.
Come over here.
She looks confused, but does.
Yeah, she looks at Daria. Daria's fine. Does anyone here have the ability to transform?
I do.
Can you change into a bat?
Scissor's gonna flick back. Are you sure about that?
I want to see what's going on. Specifically, I want you to change into a bat.
Okay. Yarrow's gonna look down at Daria for a second, look a little nervous, and then he's gonna try to concentrate for a moment and try to use his wild shape.
You do. In a swirl of magic, he's a bat, and then all of a sudden, from the calm, happy Daria you all see, again, earth-shattering scream as Daria hides under her mom's tail. At which point, Palm goes, okay, change back!
He's kind of flailing a little bit on the ground, like trying to stand back up and trying to like quickly change back, and obviously doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, Palm gives you time. Eventually, Yarrow does get better.
Yeah. Sorry, I haven't quite mastered that yet.
It's alright. If we had a changeling in here, I could see about something, but we don't have one right now, so... She kind of thinks. Were any of you there the day that she was in the forest?
No.
No. Okay. Hold on 1 second. The temperature shifts and thus stuff gets in the throat.
Oh boy.
But no, she looks. I don't think it's the people. I think it's the wings.
I remember something being mentioned. There is a small bat.
That wouldn't have scared a child that much. When Selkies don't have their voice, they still have it. Especially if they're otter folk, they would still have their voice, but it only comes out when they are so absolutely afraid. They are thinking they're going to die. So she gets a piece of charcoal, and she gets a large scroll. Daria pokes her head out from your tail. I want you to draw what you saw that day. Daria hides more under your tail, rustling.
Hey. She's just wanting to help Daria.
Daria pokes her head out, and this time I'm going to change the music.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no, Shadow's
Let's go with Shadow.
What the fuck
You'll
is
see
that?
Daria takes the scroll and then starts drawing. First off, it's not clear because, like, it's a kid. It's like a 6-year-old kid. They don't draw the best. So she draws what looks to be like a big shadowy blob in the middle, and she like uses her claws to rip 2 little eyes out at the top, with like these 4, maybe 5 different horns on top, different shapes, some like curling, some a bull head. She dots out multiple more eyes, a kind of spiked tail. But the specific thing she remembers is these really weird, huge wings. Massive wings. At least compared to the body. It's not as big as a thing it could get, but it's these clear wings. Out of everything else that looks fuzzy, it's these clear wings. And Daria just puts it down, and she actually looks scared enough that rustling, she just curls up on your lap and starts shaking.
Yeah, just gonna rub her back gently, hold her close.
You did a good job. You were very brave.
Yeah, she looks at that. She starts counting. I don't know what this is. But if she sees any time with wings and thinks this, I would be scared.
Did the wings seem familiar to me at all?
No. To any of you, this could be manticore wings. This could be, like, maybe some kind of a tiefling wing. Maybe a dragon wing. But the thing it's attached to is definitely nothing any of you have seen before.
PM me something, Erica.
Yeah, go ahead. Actually, yeah, I'll say any of you can roll me a history on the wings, because actually you would have seen this.
History?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, good boy, Yara.
Also,
Okay, Yara, that's not enough.
Fuck.
Wait, what are we rolling?
History.
Pop, pop, pop.
It's almost a nat 20.
Afraid not.
18.
Nope. Frick, Mabel. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's like on the DC. Anyone else want to roll? Anyone else want to roll?
Nah, Ivy's good.
Yeah.
I got a 17.
Okay. Octavia, you're like, this seems familiar. Shadow Leap. Oh, it's probably just a manticore. Yarrow, you're like, what is it? Mabel. It's not the wings you remember, it's the tail. That tail. You have only seen it on one species before in your life.
Oh no.
A cambion. That's a
I
cambion
remember
tail.
this shit.
You do! That's a cambion tail.
Oh, we're hitting on his PTSD. He fucking looks at that. She blinks and goes, "That's a cambion."
Yeah. Palm looks over. There've never been a scourge race that's broken Angador soil. Are you sure?
100% sure I wouldn't forget that.
Yeah. At which point, Palm looks over. No wonder this thing is terrifying her. Cambions don't just steal your life, they steal emotion, memory. Poor thing
Wait.
must have gotten jumped from them.
Okay, wait, they steal memories?
Yeah, they do.
Cambions specifically eat and hunt life force. They absorb energy of a person, their heartbeat, their memories, their voice sometimes even.
Glances at fucking Yarrow and then kind of just goes like, okay, I'll think about that.
Yeah, she looks over and she pats her head. Daria must have gotten trapped from a whole flock of them. If they're so hungry, they could have... Yeah, she dips her ears. Daria might have been close to getting her soul snatched. Cambions in their hunger don't always know when to stop. And they'll absorb the energy and life force of someone till they're dead. Daria must have been close to death, and possibly Coal Duster might have stopped it when they ran off, and in her near-death state, Daria must have associated Coal Duster with it, which explains a... Yeah, she pats Daria's head. The poor thing.
Yeah, looking at Daria worriedly.
Yeah, which explains it, because she, yes, had had a phobia, a little bit of wings before, but not this violent a phobia.
And this happened when they weren't there.
And she looks over. I will need to report this to the professors, and we will have to do an immediate search soon.
Question?
Cambions hide their form. They can be anything. You can think you'll see your best friend, and then once you feel a little bit tired, the next thing you'll know, your best friend will come down the corridor and say they haven't seen you all day.
Okay, this is definitely what happened to Clover.
Yeah, I'm agreeing.
If there's a Cambion in this school, I would not want to be the one they're hunting. They don't stop until they've absorbed souls. And she stands up. I will reimburse this later. She steps out. Flip, get the professors! And she's just running.
Blinks. So, someone... Yeah, just holding Daria.
Who's still shaking?
I'm so sorry, honey. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, she just shakes. She's crying.
He's gonna take off the scarf again and put it around Daria.
Yeah, she takes that, she peeks. And once again, Mabel, she looks at you and she's fine, but when she sees the wings, that's when she ducks her head down.
I don't... How could...
Just looking over at them worriedly.
Yeah, Flip comes in. What's this here about a cambion? There's a cambion on the... Okay, she starts breathing. Okay, deep breaths, cambion. Yeah, we're just all a buffet. We're gonna die. And she sees the kids. Yeah, die of fun. Die of fun. Yeah. Oh, okay.
It'll be fine. I've dealt with one before. I can do it again.
What are you talking... No, you don't understand. One cambion isn't the problem. It's when there's a pack of them.
Wait.
When there's a pack, they do stuff. You don't understand. Probably what happened is... Daria probably saw, does air quotes, Coal Duster, and followed her out into the woods. And when Daria's alone, they each can take it. You don't understand. A cambion's energy is like absorbing your blood.
No, okay, hear me out. I do understand, but there are children in this room, and I don't want to have this long conversation about how dangerous the situation is in front of kids.
At which point, all of them, the kids are actually looking scared as they're running by each of you.
I kind of agree with Mabel on this. I feel like we should get the kids to a safe space before we discuss this.
Perfect! Terrific! Kids, you stay here. Adults outside right now.
Looking at Mabel. Where's Clover?
We'll figure it out. He just sighs. As he's following the guy, he just goes, and panicking about it's not going to fix the situation.
Kind of with those. And she closes the door. The kids are kind of a little anxious, but they're playing inside. She looks, you don't understand. Scourge races are nothing but death and destruction. They're always horrific beings. But cambions are level 3.
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying I don't understand. I'm saying that sitting here freaking out and screaming, oh no, a cambion over and over and over does literally no good.
Well, the kids are in there. They're not going to hear us. Have you all seen anything? Anything at all that seems weird?
Well, yeah, that's what Yaro and I were talking about.
We have, his girlfriend has been getting really tired lately and has been forgetting events. So we were just about to start investigating that, and then this kind of explains a lot.
I don't know what she did to make a cambion upset, but something must be interesting there. Look, they're vile creatures that'll go after kids. In fact, they prefer it. Cambions snatch kids in the middle of the night because the longer life that person has, the more tasty it is. And don't even get me started about demigod children. Demigods, specifically those of Ulysses, are very, very tempting for a cambion.
Mabel just lets out the world's longest sigh, but doesn't say anything.
Shadow's just staring blankly at this point.
Yaro's actually starting to look over to Ivy.
Look, every last thing is dangerous when it comes to scourge races. Saurians are massive destructive feral beasts. Bear folk are absolutely horrendous monsters.
Shadow Leap walks away.
Yeah, I'm not staying here. Follow Shadow Leap.
Okay.
Buddy, buddy, word of advice. Don't freak out in front of us. We're not going to take it well. As he kind of goes off to follow Shadow Leap.
Yeah, she looks over to all of you. The only good scourge race is a dead scourge race, so there's probably going to be a hunt coming up soon. All of you take your kid.
Shadow Leap.
Yeah, Shadow Leap is growling more as she's walking away faster.
Yep, Octavio's joining that.
Ivy follows.
Yeah, Yaro's at the point. But Yaro's actually just going to be standing there. He's like, guys, our kids are still okay.
Yeah, Weston's staying too. He needs to find out what's going on to inform the group.
The point is, we're probably going to have to do a search. So all of you, keep your kids close, keep them safe, and be prepared for a lot more searches. There's a cambion on this isle. They're going to find them. Don't worry. No. Maybe they can find them. I don't understand how a pack of cambions couldn't have gone here. And she looks, okay, writing this down. Got to make sure a few is set up. Oh, she tosses a key to you, Yaro. That unlocks the door. Go ahead. And she just keeps writing, okay, future appointments must have a bodyguard with it.
Yeah, Yaro's gonna go get the kids.
Yeah, Wrestling's following, but also glancing over.
Oh yeah, Fliptail looks freaked out. The kids look scared, but they follow both of you.
Just quietly to Yaro. Hey, Yaro.
Yeah.
Who was the one who always showed up around Clover when she just so happened to be having one of her dizzy spells?
Trust me, I'm planning to have a word with Ivy after this.
I think we all.
Wrestling's not happy. She's like, ha ha ha, ho ho ho, someone tried to kill my baby.
Yeah. Funny enough, for those of you who walked outside, you don't really get much time. Because again, Loxons can move very fast. And very quickly, flying on their dragons and landing over to you is Jocelyn, Headmaster Candlelight, Shepherd, and the Sovereign.
There's so much anger.
So misunderstood.
Shadow is
Shut the
keeping
fuck up.
straightest of face, but whoever's behind her can see her tail is twitching very rapidly.
Mabel cannot hold it in. He looks fucking furious.
Yeah. Everyone comes up, Jocelyn comes up. What's this I hear with you all saying there's a Scourge Race pack on the entire island?
And somehow this is our fault. How?
I'm not
Ew.
saying that, I'm just saying.
The tone
That's
is...
like a code. Yeah, because that's a code 5, at which point the Sovereign comes up. I would believe them, though this is a serious offense of high breach of safety. Morven comes up. We would never allow this. Oh, of course you wouldn't, Morven. Not in your younger years. He looks anxious as Shepard comes over. Jocelyn looks over. We have no evidence, Sovereign. The school is safe as it can be. Are you 100% sure? Yes, there was a stutter. It has always been secure. I don't think this is a safe... It has always been secure. We will conduct a raid on the surrounding areas. Alright? He looks to all of you. I'd like to hear from the people who saw it themselves.
Mabel's fucking looking away. He feels like this is the trial again because he's the one who said it. Just like I shouldn't have said shit.
Hound, Stag, step forward.
I ain't doing shit.
Shadow does instinctually.
And this is why the Hound is more loyal than the Stag. Stag, step forward.
No.
I'm going to ask you one last time. Step forward.
He does, but as he's doing it, he just goes like, "It's so fucking bullshit. You spend all of your time here in public trying to act like we're not in a fucking relationship, but now you get to call me by my fucking title?" He just walks more.
I don't do that because I believe, as you said, you don't like attention.
Growling at him. He's just not in a good mood and he's taking it out.
Yeah, he looks over to all of you. He looks over to you, Shadow. I want you to be honest with me. Is there a Scourge race here on the island?
One of our party's cubs claimed she saw one.
A cub.
Yes.
Have you seen it?
Not with my eye, no.
I see. And Stag, have you seen it?
Not directly, but it's the only thing that makes sense. And everything she was describing looked exactly like that one time I dealt with them.
And where is this so-called piece of evidence?
Not
It's
direct
a-
evidence, it's a hunch.
So, let me get this straight. My Hound and my Stag made a comment about something happening on a hunch.
Yes.
I made an offhanded comment and now we're here.
Why is it that my fiancé doesn't have as much tact as someone else who I might, at this point, switch my fiancé-ship to? You made a hunch and a call on a thing a child saw. Where is the child, anyway?
Mm-mm.
What child saw it?
I want to lie, but I'm so bad at lying.
Shadow's not saying anything because she knows she's only gonna say the truth. That's what she knows.
He just sighs.
Well,
Why is that relevant?
Because I have a way to get the truth out. And he
Yeah,
holds
why
up his staff.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that.
I believe I said you don't get to speak when you're not spoken to. Alright, let me try it this way. He stamps his staff, and suddenly there is an anti-gravital field on all of you. Which one of you saw it?
Me just sitting here as a player. Why? Why is it? Why? Leave my baby alone.
Oh, you're gonna really not like what's about to happen. Because he looks, eeny, meeny, that one. The field goes down, and he walks over and picks up Atlas. Was it him?
The kids weren't there, remember?
Yeah, the kids are still.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Back in
So
the
all of
building.
you there. I will say Yarrow rustling at this point, you two get out. Ah, you two. Which one of the kids said they saw something?
I'm only speaking to the headmaster about this because this is about the Dragon Riders.
Looks over to Headmaster. Morven. Yarrow, if one of the children saw it, then the Sovereign gets full say. I am sorry.
He's gonna look to Shepard.
Shepard shakes his head like, has to happen. Jocelyn looks at all of you. We will handle this, but if this alarm is called, we need to know which one it was.
Yarrow's gonna look to Rustling.
Yeah, wrestling's okay. Logistically speaking, she knows like she can't. Really like say no to this fucker, right?
Yeah.
And he's already threatened to make an example of Daria if she causes trouble again, correct?
Yep.
Can I roll an intelligence to figure out if there's a way, like, how to word it so it doesn't throw her under the bus?
I will say you don't need to because you can't really.
There's no way out of this, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think this is an unavoidable event.
It looks at all of you. It wasn't the one I was thinking, but yes, this is becoming an unavoidable event.
Oh no, it's as I sit here, she's gonna. Okay. One of mine. Sorry.
Which one?
Am I permitted to ask why?
I'm giving you 3 seconds to tell me which one. 1. He points his staff at your 3. 2.
Daria.
Jocelyn, grab the one named Daria. I don't grab her.
Wait, what's going on?
I'm sorry, Ruslan. She walks over and grabs Daria, who's like trying to bite Jocelyn.
Wait, what's going on?
Yeah, Headmaster and Shepard goes, children, it will be alright. Just calm down. It's alright, Rustling.
You know, she's looking at him. You aren't answering. I just got out here.
I don't know what's happening. Just calm. I would never hurt a child. He takes his staff and just... Because this staff, again, it is a staff of a Corinne. The horn of the Corinne, I will say this, Jocelyn's holding a very squirming Daria. Jocelyn's looking away. Top of Daria's head is touched with the top of the Corinne staff, and suddenly Daria looks like she's lifeless.
Well, that was a fucking lie.
Yeah, wrestling's trying to move forward. What?
Jocelyn puts a hand up. At which point, funny enough, out of all of you, Ghost actually runs up because Jocelyn puts Daria down, and Ghost actually runs to stand over Daria on all fours as he's hissing at the Sovereign.
I need to roll a wisdom. Don't mind me.
But here's the funny thing. Once he does that, a glowing light is in front of him as he taps it, and you all see memories everywhere. Memories of everything. When Daria was a little baby, Daria hiding under her bed, Daria playing, Daria trying to jump over the ship to get into the water. But the one he swishes his staff to see is what happened the day that, well, it happened. Sure enough, you see Daria playing with what looks to be like a bug on the ground. And you see Miss Coal Duster goes, Sage, I told you not to do that! And she's flying over. And then all of a sudden you hear Daria here, Daria, could you come here? Daria perks up and turns around. And sure enough, there's Coal Duster. Daria looks confused and looks back at the real Coal Duster and looks at her. It's okay. We're gonna go to the ocean. Daria perks up and follows her. And that's where things get glitchy, but sure enough, they're screaming. Daria has her vision get staticked, if we will. Wings and a tail, which the Sovereign stops. He holds that picture up, looks it, squints. Jocelyn, does that look familiar to you? Yes, my Sovereign. It could be a tiefling tail, but at the same time. Well, it looks like the little one was right. Swirls his staff. The stuff comes back to one solid orb. Ghost is still hissing. The Sovereign ignores him. Taps Daria's head. All of you see Daria, perks up, takes a breath, and coughs.
Going over.
Oh, Morven's keeping you back.
She's not happy.
Eventually, the Sovereign looks down at Ghost. Ghost is still growling. Looks down at Daria. My Sovereign, I don't think the child deserves any... No, she doesn't. If anything, the child deserves praise. I am surprised that none of the professors here noticed it. And that's our fault. Alright? Not the kids. Clearly. He gives Ghost a little bit of a look. Go back to your mother, little one. Ghost picks up Daria by the scruff and carries her over to you, rustling.
Hugging baby.
When
Yeah,
he said
baby's
go back to
early
your
18.
mother when he said go back to your mother, was he referring to wrestling or was he referring to me?
Who knows?
Oh,
Mabel's
Yeah.
fucking pissed about it anyway.
Regardless,
However-
consent has been taken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, this wasn't what I was thinking the unavoidable event was. However, it has happened as the Sovereign looks to all of you. I will be talking with the headmaster and a few professors to figure out what we want to do. There is a good chance they're still here, or there's a good chance that they've moved on. And he turns. I guess it's what the headmaster wants to bank on for the safety of the students. He walks, teleports. Jocelyn takes a breath. Morven and Shepard rub their faces. Jocelyn looks over to you. I am not mad you all called the drill, but this is gonna be fun for all of us, okay? Yeah. The headmaster puts you down, rustling. I am so sorry. I didn't mean any. I just...
Not you. It's not you. She's just hugging Daria. I never want to see someone drop lifeless like that.
Jocelyn looks over. She gets at your level. I'm really sorry. We try to protect our students as much from the outside world, but in the end, it's hard, very hard, to avoid the fact that out there reality still shows.
You all did what you could do. I'm not mad at you. I'm just hugging Daria. I just saw somebody on you.
Yeah, she just cuddles. Probably classes will take a little bit extra. Why don't you all just spend some time here at the therapy, decompress, and maybe book in some appointments yourself, alright?
Aye.
If there is a cambion here, we'll find it. Yeah, the headmaster nods, as they say. A good scourge race is a dead one. Let's go on a hunt. Bull, come on!
Mabel rolls his eyes.
Yeah, hops on Bull. Shepard and Morven hop on their dragons, and they fly back to the school.
We are alone?
You all are alone. With, I will say, Palm is running up, taking deep breath. She ran as fast as she can, but she has her limits.
Mabel's gonna walk over to Rustling and put like a hand over her shoulder and then kind of give her a look like, is it okay if I touch you?
She nods. She's just holding Daria.
Yeah, he's gonna hug both of them.
Yeah, sinking in. So that's what you meant, huh? That you can't keep secrets from him.
He's persuasive. He does air quotes with one hand when he says that, but...
I will say this as a cute little moment from all that not fun things.
Well,
Daria actually, like, moves her muzzle up to nuzzle up to you, Mabel.
Mabel's gonna make, like, attempts to mimic, like, happy fox noises at her. It probably sounds more like bird noises, if I'm honest.
Oh yeah, it sounds more draconic, but Rustling, Daria actually wiggles out of your grip and then goes up to Ghost and hugs him. Ghost looks surprised but hugs her.
Good.
Ghost is Mabel's kid?
Pardon?
Ghost is Mabel's kid?
Yeah.
You raised a really good kid.
Honestly, that's probably just his mother's genetics. But he just shrugs.
Maybe we all should talk a bit more privately? Staring at Ivy.
Hmm?
Can we talk?
Of course. What about?
Yeah, did Palm head inside?
Yeah, Palm's going in to get a drink. The only one here is Buddy, and he's just trying to nap as all this happens.
Stop. We don't know much about each other.
Mm-hmm.
However, there's been a pattern, at least from Clover. Glances over at Mabel, if I'm correct, that Hollyhock has always been around right when Clover's been having a dizzy spell.
I agree.
Okay.
We also know she did assassin work.
Oh, she told you that?
Yes.
She did.
Just straight out.
She's trying to be
you should
more-
be so bold.
She's wanting to put her best foot forward, however, I'm now being fairly paranoid. Considering my daughter almost... She's just hugging her. No, she's not there. She's being hugged by Ghost. Like, she's just glancing at
but
me.
I will say, Oleander also comes up and tries to give her, like, a nuzzle down on her head, too. Which he also hugs Oleander.
Since she could have... I could have lost her.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Is there any chance they'd there's more to your friends and our siblings than we know.
Well, first of all, friends, singular. I don't really have any other friends outside of Holly. They either end up dead or worse.
Pleasant.
Isn't it just?
Well, I'm sorry about that. That sucks.
It is what it is. So what's about survival? We just survive. But you're clearly being delicate, Rustling, and I appreciate that at least another person in this group has tact. Kata has a side glance at Shadow Loop.
Growls louder at that. I'm really not in the mood for your jabs right now.
Ooh, scathing.
Oh, I will say this, while all this is going on, Sage looks up at all of that. If it's gonna get loud and shouting, can we just go inside?
Of course, honey.
Yeah, he nudges all of his siblings, he takes them all in. Yeah, because Sage knows enough that this is the talk that happens at home, which is meaning he should take the siblings away.
Take all the babies. Take them all.
He does.
Yeah, Ivy
But no,
actually deliberately waits till they're all gone, till they've all hidden inside. Be blunt when you're talking to me. Don't try and be delicate. If you want to ask me a specific question, be specific.
If I'm frank with you, I think Holly's the one doing it.
I was more so just wondering if she had more reason to hide her background than we thought. I
She
didn't
also
want
has... Oh, sorry.
I know she is trying to be. She's trying. I know she is. I just.
Right. Okay.
My paranoia is flawed.
Okay. I can understand Holly has this. Okay, no. Holly's not a good person. I'll admit that.
Babel
Honestly.
nodding.
I was like,
I feel like we can all
nah,
agree
I
on that
can't
right
really
now.
defend her. I can't defend her to an extent.
Mabel, #1 Hollyhock hater.
She's
Look-
tactless and manipulative.
I want to understand her perspective at times, but it's really, really hard.
Oh, don't ever try and understand Holly's perspective. She's really annoying.
At least you said it, not me.
Yes. And I'm the one with tax. What does that say?
Rouse again. Ivy.
That's surprising.
We're a bit of a pair. I'm the political one. She's the bristly one. She very much openly confronts people about stuff she doesn't like, doesn't appreciate, doesn't understand. And if she finds something controversial, oh, by the god, she jumps on that like a jugular.
She also seems to have no problem baiting people into showing negative emotion or into lashing out against her.
That, and she also has multiple siblings, so that would lend credence to our theory that there's multiple cambions running around.
I agree.
Right, and we are not pointing fingers at the fact of the bully groups that are constantly poking and prodding every other person here.
Oh, trust
Which
me,
I
I'm
think
not.
also fit.
I'm not leaving that out either.
I wasn't going to. If I'm being transparent, I'm wanting to know if. I don't want to think they are, because, again, she seems like she's trying.
And yet I feel like I'm being interrogated about her right now.
I'm-
Really just
My
asking
paranoia is. My paranoia is flaring, and that's on me.
Oh, we don't even deny it. Okay. So, I realize I haven't answered your question yet, and no, kind of has a quick glance at Yarrow. I'm not deflecting. She's bristly, she's annoying, and she really much is a sledgehammer to the delicate world of politics. Has a very, very, very quick glance at Shadowleaf.
She's
Like, you
giving
too,
her, like,
bitch.
an eye roll. Like, she gives her an eye roll and, like, subtly flips her off.
But she wouldn't do something like this. If she was trying to antagonize all of you, and granted, yes, she does have the effect of pulling negative emotions. If she was a cambion, why would she be so public about it? Honestly, I think she's being scapegoated.
Okay.
But
Or
I can
impersonated.
understand that.
Or impersonated.
Agreed. Holly didn't want to talk about this, but Holly helped me through something when I was forced to have a child that I didn't want. And she helped me through that. She has a lot of negative traits, but she wouldn't do something like this. Now, I know I'm basically just saying, you've got logic, but hear me out.
Maybe
Me and her...
Oh, go ahead.
Me and her, when we've worked together, because I'll admit it, I've killed people. Me and her have a rule when we work. We don't attack children.
Okay.
Now, I would also quickly like to make a point that we are sitting here talking about the uniqueness of how this mold fits, but are we also forgetting the fact that none of us here have actually been upfront with what we've told each other about our pasts? The only one we know the most about is Octavia. We don't know why Yarrow's name caused someone to have a literal heart attack. We don't know what Rustling is running from. We don't know certain things I know about you, looks at Shadowleap, which I will not repeat, don't worry.
Thank you.
And Mabel we only learn when he's about to have a massive panic attack because he shapeshifts into a Corinne. So, I would like to say, while I appreciate that she does fit a lot of the criteria, we know fuck all about each of us. So next time you start interrogating me about my friend, about my best friend, give me something more than circumstantial evidence.
You're
Yarrow
right.
takes a little bit of a breath and looks at her. I'm sorry. I'm just pissed off if it's something else that just happened and should have been pushing that hard.
It's alright, she has that effect, trust me. Trust me. I wanted to stab her in the jugular a few times myself. Especially that trick she pulled on me in the classroom where she fucking made me fall apart.
And yeah, she sighs as she's standing up. I'm sorry.
Okay. Before we all get into a big thing where we all stand up and we say, oh, I'm sorry, Ivy, I don't need you to apologize. I don't. I get it. And I also get we're all a bunch of strangers from different social events and different scenarios and different situations and dealing with different people. The only thing I will say is maybe that's what this cambion, or cambions, plural, are using against a lot of the students here. How do we know right now that we're all here?
That is actually a good point.
From behind all of you, at the door, she's right, you know. And Flipclaw comes out. Or Fliptail comes out. She's right. That's why cambions are dangerous. They can be you or me or anybody at any time. To be honest, you New Ages are going to have a much harder time at the school for the next week. So, if what I heard about all of you is you go on missions, I hope you go on a long one for what's coming this weekend, because you do not want to be here when this happens.
happen? Is the entire school basically going to be on lockdown, or?
Worse. This school is gonna be on a collar check. Could everyone roll a history, New Age, you get advantage, on what a collar check is?
Yippee! And
Also, Nathan, I am so sorry.
No,
fine, guys.
Again, it's good! It's good! It's good!
Like, Ivy's perspective is, you guys have a point, she's a bitch, but we know fuck all about each other.
Yeah, no, we
Like-
know all about all of
Yeah,
us.
there's a point.
I also enjoy that she's acknowledging wrestling is trying to have tact.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that makes total sense.
Yeah, okay. So, for everybody here, specifically, we've got Ivy, no, Yarrow. Yarrow, you have advantage, remember.
This is a pure joke. Ivy doesn't know about collars, why would she look into them? Like,
No, no, he
Yarrow,
doesn't.
no.
most
Rustling, yes.
privilege.
Mabel, yes. Shadow, yes. Octavio, no. Okay, so for Shadow, Rustling, and Mabel, a color check is even worse because what happens is that the New Age get rounded up into our own little section, and their collars basically have to be checked every day for a 3-day period, and they have to answer very obscenely rude questions. Mabel, as the Golden Stag, you had to see these but never participate in them. The questions can range anything from how many times did you go to the bathroom? Where did you go? What have you been doing? Who can verify? And sometimes, if it can't be verified, the New Age is held into a 2-day quarantine period. It is unbelievably embarrassing, especially to the Ancient Eras who don't ever have to deal with this. Basically, New Ages are treated like animals.
Lovely.
Look, they're probably gonna push dinner for another hour. Tell you what, does anyone else want to come in and do therapy? I mean, like, hey, Rustling did a great job. I'm saying that right now. She looks over. I am really sorry, Miss Rustling, about Palm leaving a little early, but we had to report that. I am so sorry.
Given what almost happened to my daughter, I appreciate you all putting her safety first.
Of course. Children are always the target when a scourge race is around. Now, if you all don't mind, I just want to check, would anyone else like therapy? It's okay, there's nothing wrong with it. Some therapists are available now, some we can schedule. Does anyone want to do that?
I told my daughter I would.
That's wonderful. Okay, she pulls out, like, she runs in and she gets the scroll. Which I will say, the door opened, Marigold hears that. She actually smiles at that. She looks to the, like, flip claw, or, like, flip tail. Comes over, runs out. Okay, who do you want to talk to?
I don't know.
Okay, what's the biggest issue you have right now?
I have no idea.
Okay, so we've got grooming, OCD, depression, transition?
I guess that one, because I'm trans? I don't know. He shrugs.
Okay,
I don't know.
Moss. Moss can see you for about a little bit now to at least meet with you if you want, but Moss actually usually just takes, like, Monday through Wednesday, and usually just writes up prescriptions for Thursday and Friday. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, writes that down. And what about your kids? Do you want to put them into any therapy?
Looks at Marigold and goes, "Okay, Katie, I gotta keep up your end of the deal, too."
Yeah, she looks up. I don't know what I need to go into. Yeah.
looks at the fucking kobold. There went for, like, quietly under his breath, parents that are shit.
What level of shit are we talking?
I'm talking, like, grooming.
Okay, who's the parent? The other parent. We'll need to call them in too, possibly.
No.
I knew
Okay,
that.
who's the other parent?
Well, biologically Ulysses, but the sovereign technically. He looks around a little.
Here's the funniest thing. She looks at that. Oh, another case of that. Writes that down.
Another?
I don't like how you.
He's
just
not
said another
surprised
day.
in the slightest.
We've had a few cases of the sovereign doing that over the years.
Well, I
Not the
don't
biggest-
regret trying to kill him at all then.
Not the biggest fan of him, to be honest. But Ulysses never. He's a good father, usually.
Not really.
Huh.
Anyway,
He's a good
gets
father. He's a good father usually. Mabel, well, I can speak from experience of both being his son and having a kid with him. Neither are good.
yeah, no, she gets down. Hey, little one, what's your name? Marigold? Okay. Tell you what, she stands up. And our other therapist who focuses in on this also is kind of like going soon. So do you two want like a quick session just to help out with that?
Sure.
Perfect. She looks to all of you. There's plenty of more room on the paper. Anyone want to be really brave?
Yeah, I think I have
Alright.
things I need to talk about.
Perfect. So, okay. She takes a second. All right. So this little 10 meat charge, we're not going to cover anything for it. Like you don't need to pay us for that. Okay. So writes it down. You looks over to you, Mabel. Are going to see Ash for Marigold. Okay.
Admittedly, I'd rather not talk about my things in front of my daughter.
No, what I meant is like she's a child, so you have to be in the room with her.
Okay.
Yeah. Wrestling kind of blinks. Palm said it also helps them feel safe and know it's
Yeah.
okay to.
Like this is not me accusing, but you're not like the parent who did this stuff, right?
No, God, no.
Okay, just wanted to check that. Yeah, no, so when we have cases like this, when children have been through abuse, it's oftentimes that they have a parent they feel safe with, and clearly you would be it. So unless you like let the abuse happen, which
She looks away.
Did you actively know what was happening?
Yes.
You really did?
Doesn't know how to respond to that.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so you're gonna see Ash. She's a really nice hellhound, but she does cost a bit, so I warn you, if Marigold's gonna see her often... Yeah, Marigold looks up. No, Papa, we don't have to do that.
Mary, it's fine.
It's gonna cost a lot. No, I just meant it's more than Palm, but hey, Flip actually gets at her level. Hey. You know, kids aren't supposed to worry about parents. Well, I have to. Why is that? Because Papa's gonna hit Papa. That happens a lot.
Maple fucking thinks that Marigold, like, nope.
Yeah, looks. That happened a lot. Nods. Okay. Starts around the paper. I might be putting you to 2, Mr. Mabel.
Fine.
You're going to probably be talking to Moss. Okay?
Okay. Whatever.
And then we are probably gonna put you in with... David might be a good one. Or actually, maybe another one. We'll figure that out, but we're first gonna get you in with Moss, okay?
Fine.
Nods. Looks over to Yara. Okay, what do you want to talk about, buddy?
I'm not entirely sure.
What's something you really are worried about? Let's try that.
He thinks about that for a second, and he kind of tenses up a little bit and has a little bit of anger on his face. Not having the strength or being able to do anything to protect people.
Survivor's Guilt. Got it. You're gonna see Abyss.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with admitting you need some help. Okay, so Ash for Marigold. Yeah, she starts writing this down. Moss for Mabel. And Abyss for you, Mr. Yeah, looks up. What's your name, buddy?
Yarrow.
Yarrow. Okay, anyone else? There's no shame. It's okay. Oh, perfect. Good, good. What do you want? What's something you need?
Guess depression, I suppose.
We got lots of those. Let's see. There's Posey. Kind of things. Abyss. Lisa.
Particularly one that deals with imposter syndrome, I guess.
That one we actually don't have. You get a treat, and just goes running in, comes back, and hands you a little star cookie. You get something when we have nothing that fits in with that.
Thank you?
It's for a little fun, because we don't have a specific one, but okay, imposter syndrome. We do have something that could work, but I'm not sure if it would work too well for you. We have Clam. Clam might be who you're looking for. Anyone else?
She looks down at her kids. Can they get enrolled?
Could you repeat that?
Can they also get enrolled in something as well?
Yeah. And he looks, what's up, little ones?
Preferably ones from broken homes.
Oh, we don't like to use that term, but okay. He's like, she smiles. Okay, so we have Palm and David for kids. What would you prefer?
I think Palm would probably be a better fit.
Palm? Yeah, she's a favorite. So Palm for what's your name and the kid's name?
Shadow Leap, and it'll be for both, or primarily Vale here.
And what about the other one?
I think Oleander would be good as well, if you'd like to join your sister. She looks down at Oleander.
Both of them look up, but we don't need that.
She looks at them, gives them a bit of a smirk. You want to be like Mama?
Yeah, Vale goes, yes!
Well, then asking for help is a good way to do that.
But you never do that.
I'm asking for it now.
Oh. So you're doing what Papaya said you should have done.
Yes, I am.
Oh, so you're gonna get blushy now? Because every time she says you should do that, you get blushy.
Maybe.
Nods, like, understood. Okay, no, she looks up at Rustling. Alright, and you said your name was what?
Wrestling.
Rustling, and looks back over at Shadow. And you?
Shadow Leap.
Shadow Leap. Run that down. Looks over to you, Rustling. So Daria's cleared for the next multiple sessions. What about you?
Yeah, because kind of glances over at Ivy, seems contemplative. I don't know what it would fall under, but one's for someone coming from sex work.
Oh yeah, we got one for that. She kind of thinks through her head. Let's see. So there is Ash, but that might not be it, because he does grooming and harassment, pedophilia, that kind of thing. There's Lisa, who's survivor's guilt. There's David, who does sexual expression, STD, STI recovery. There's Moss, who does body. That might be something you're in for. But probably, actually, the more I think about it. You know what? I think I know one. I'm gonna put you down with Tip, okay?
Oh, okay.
Tip works with kind of destructive behavior. Or actually, no, you know what? Edward. We're gonna run with Edward. We'll try that, okay?
Nods. Wrestling
He's a
Inwardly
good guy.
wrestling. Destructive behavior. Wrestling's trying to not be that.
Alright, is that it?
I think so.
Okay.
But,
So,
but wait, actually, kind of glanced over where Atlas and them went.
yeah, Atlas is still there. They're still in the doorway.
Kids who had to deal with troubled. I don't know what it would classify under, but they would.
Abusive families?
And stuck in situations they couldn't. It was tricky to get out of.
Okay, we're gonna put them down for Palm 2, okay?
Nods.
Palm's really popular, honestly. So, what was it?
Atlas and Oceanus.
Atlas and Oceanus. Okay. Yeah, she smiles. Alright, anyone else? Last check. Quick check. Anyone here? 3.
Maybe schedule me for another time, not today.
Oh, I'm telling you this all right now. This is not going to be probably until a week from, like, next week, maybe even the week after. No offense to all of you, but our riders come first. And all of them have been booked for a little bit. Honestly, Gold Duster really pushed for Daria. She loves kids. She actually pushed, like, paying triple just to get Daria in for tonight.
Wait, triple?
Yeah. Looks over. When we have an emergency situation, the therapy costs triple. So, well, Cold Duster came in, explained she didn't want Daria to get a muzzle on her, so she paid triple to make sure Palm could open up the spot now.
No, so kind of.
So again, like, you guys get to go talk with them now, but, like, we're gonna have a full session probably another time, but you guys get to, like, go talk with them now. They're all still here. You know, you're probably gonna get a quick one today, but not, like, hour or 2 long, you know?
I'd rather wait till I'm able to do a full talk at some point than short one.
Okay, I might be saying this. Like, you get a full talk today, but, for example, Daria still has probably only did half of the session today, so you still have another half a session to go. So that'll be added on to the next one, you know? But basically, a small talk today is going to be a half session today, you know? So, looks over you, Octavio. Who did you want? What's your issue?
I'm not exactly sure myself either. Why I just wanted to. I don't know, just. He kind of just looks up at the sky. I guess relationship type of thing, maybe?
David it is. Got it. Writes that down. Make sure to bring your other partner in, okay?
There's an issue with that.
Okay.
Not gonna explain why, even though everyone kind of looks at everyone else. You guys know why.
I'm not everyone. Why?
Currently locked up.
Okay, we're moving you to David. Got it. Or actually, no. She looks... Nah, Abyss. We're moving you to the Abyss. What's your name?
Octavio.
Okay. So here's how it'll work. You guys are not intermediate students. You're beginning students from what I can guess from your uniforms. So... And it clicks the tongue. That means all of you will get nighttime slots. The day slots are reserved for older students and riders, okay?
Fair enough.
Fine.
So, are you all ready to go meet the therapist?
Sure.
Yeah.
Nods, walks in. She stops. Oh, she looks over at you, Ivy. Did you want one?
Oh, no, but thank you for the offer.
Looking at Ivy.
Hey, It's okay. You can always change your mind, alright?
Thank you.
Do you, do you think you could stick with the kids?
Oh, don't worry. Palm! Someone named Oleander, Daria, well, you know Daria, Vale, Atlas, Oceanus. They're gonna be your new patients, okay? Yeah, palm trumpets. Of course. Why don't you all come in? The kids all run in because the room's fun. Palm looks at all of you. Do not worry about them. I'm not going to give them a huge amount right now, okay?
Thank you.
The only one who stays out, because Marigold specifically was told she was not going with Palm, is Marigold. And she's staying beside you, Mabel.
Holding the baby.
Palm bows her head, walks in, closes the door. She goes running around. For the most part, she's mostly knocking on the doors here. So for like door number 1, door 4, and door 6, she knocks on. And for door 1, she knocks on and goes, Abyss, you got 2 patients. Runs over to 4, Clam. Knocks on 6, Edward. Let me go in order of this. So, for Abyss, all of you see a male Triton walk out, look to all of you, look around, points over, Pakoran Kobold. He nods, walks over to all of you. My name is Abyss Crash. Nice to meet all of you. Who are my patients? Let me come see them. Come. Let me take a look at you. Yara and Octavio, that would be you two.
Yeah, I was gonna stop. Jara steps up.
It is nice to meet both of you. Now, normally, I would have a little bit of reservations with this, but of course, it is good to always meet people. Now, would you like to have a small session today, or would you like to wait?
I think I have stuff I need to get out now.
Of course. Looks to you, Octavio?
I can wait until I have other things I need to attend to, actually, before I think about it.
Nods. You'll have to wait here until all your friends are out, alright?
That I'm willing to do.
Nods. Looks over to you, Yarrow. I specialize in hypnosis and cognitive. You tell me what you like, we will work with it, alright?
Okay.
He smiles, open his door. Come on in.
I'll look back to everyone and then slowly walk in.
Alright. So we're going to highlight that, because again, we're basically just going to check who wants to and who doesn't, and then we'll move on with it. Then Clam comes up, looks to all of you. Again, where Abyss, I forgot to mention, is a Triton, but specifically like a clownfish kind of Triton, so orange and black and white, all of that. What comes up to all of you, for Clam, you all see is a Locatha. So the Locatha comes up to all of you, small, like maybe a foot taller than Rustling, walks over to all of you, or actually a foot taller than Octavio. This one is just a fish. It is a fish with 2 legs. Has a collar on his neck, looks up, or a collar on their neck, looks up, looks around. Who am I seeing today? Who's my patient?
Hi.
Well, hello there. He tries to, they try to reach up their hand, stop. I might need you to bend down, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she squats down in front of him and extends her hand.
Yeah, takes it, shakes it. Nice to meet you. Very nice to meet you. My name's Clam Rippleshine. I work with Cognitive. Do you want to talk today, or you want to talk another time?
If you got time.
Of course. We'll do a quick meet and greet and go over some stuff, alright?
Right.
And what specific issue are you looking for today?
Mainly depression. I think mainly just a bit of imposter syndrome, but mostly just depression, I think.
Okay, we'll work on that then. Don't worry, depression is one of the bigger topics we'll work on. And they pat your leg, come on, and they walk over to their door, open it up.
Yeah, she'll walk in and just have her tail kind of drag against the ground.
You do. They close the door. At which point... Just getting this set here. 1 second.
The therapy session.
At least part of it will be, yes. Look, it's important for DMs to encourage mental health. And remember, folks, it's not bad to go seek mental health if you can afford it.
Speaking from experience, that
Indeed.
shit does a lot.
Yeah, I just don't need it.
Hard, I'm not gonna push, but you know.
Here's the funny thing. What comes out next, you see what you think is an elf for a second before he's flapping his wings, and you see he's a hybrid. So he's a half-dragon elf. So he's got an elven body, scales all over his face, hair, and then his arms, legs, and wings with a tail. So looks over. I am to see someone named... Rustling. Points over at you, Rustling. Rustling, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Do you have a child here from when I heard the commotion outside?
I have 3.
All right. Do you want to talk today, or do you want to talk another time?
Whichever is more convenient for you.
No. What is better for you?
I suppose a little bit of talking.
All right. He goes to his door and opens it up.
Going in. Oh lord. She's like, in her head's like, this is for my child, doing this for my children.
You do. Mabel, you were the last with Marigold there. Flip looks... Okay, 1 second. And she goes, like, jumping up the stairs to go up. You hear a call. Moss! Ash! Comes jumping, like, slides down the rail, gets in her seat. Walking down is a very, very tall hellhound, Mabel, who comes down.
Just like, heh.
The hellhound comes up, looks very imposing. This is specifically for anyone interested about what kind of a hellhound this is. This is a Rottweiler hellhound. So looks very imposing, very large, looks down at both of you. Hello there. It's so wonderful to meet you. Looks down to you, Mabel, looks at Marigold. Who will I be visiting with?
Holds up Marigold just because this is Mary.
It's wonderful to meet you, Mary. Can I put my hand out to see you? Marigold looks to you.
Just nods at her.
Yeah, they shake hands. If your father?
Yeah.
If your father is coming, we're going to sit outside for a bit unless you'd like to go in with him. How would you like to do this? Marigold looks to you, Mabel. Looks back at her. Like, hugs you a bit more. Okay, that's all we'll be doing then. She looks. I'll be upstairs. When you're ready, we'll go in there, okay?
No, it's just holding baby.
Yeah. The spots on her glow up a little bit. She puffs up some smoke. For anyone curious, hellhounds basically can be wolves. They can be lichen. Like, they can be other kinds of races. The only difference is they're fire puppies. And hey, I want to scratch and douse the little thought that Rottweilers are terrifying beings. They're good! Rotties are very good species. So this is a very good little therapy Rottie. She's got her tail, she's got happy floppy ears, and again, she just walks.
They are. They're very good dogs.
But she goes upstairs. Who comes after Ash is specifically, looks to be a half-dragon. Specifically, this one appears to be, which I forgot to mention, Edward looked to be a red half-dragon. This person, Moss, appears to be a forest half-dragon. So, wings with leaves, moss, and other kinds of, like, bark on the chest. Comes up, shakes your hand. Hi there. Good to see you. My name's Moss.
Just
I
takes his head back.
assume... Oh, sorry, what'd you do?
Shakes his hand back,
I assume you're my patient?
apparently.
And you want to do this today or another day?
I'd rather get it over with, I guess.
Alright. Something going on? Have you not transitioned, or what's happening?
No, I have. I just couldn't think of another thing I'd need therapy for. I don't know. He shrugs.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Alright,
I have no
so...
fucking clue what the hell I'm talking about at any point in time, buddy.
That chuckles. So you want to talk about your transition journey?
I guess?
What do you mean you guess?
He shrugs. I will be honest, he knows at least one thing, but he ain't talking about that in front of Marigold.
Yeah, he blinks. Okay, why don't we step into my office so we can figure this out more, alright?
Okay.
As for Marigold, do you want her there, or... Marigold looks, I don't want to be outside alone. You won't. Tell you what, do you want to go into the fun room, head in there, and then we figure that out? Marigold looks to you and then jumps down and runs off. There you go, kid.
Yeah, kisses her on the head.
Yeah, she smiles. Don't worry, Ash will take care of her with you afterwards, okay?
It's fine.
Yeah, goes up, opens his door. Come on in.
It goes. He's just like,
All
"Oh,
right.
God."
And Ivy! You're left all alone outside.
Oh no, Octavio's
Yeah.
out there. Octavio's out there.
Octavio
Oh,
too?
musician.
Yeah.
The
Flip looks
musician.
Flip looks over to you. Oh, by the way, Mr. Octavio.
Hmm?
There is actually something you could do if you want.
That being.
Well, you can come with me to the dining hall and get some more food for everyone. They're probably going to miss dinner completely.
Yeah, I should probably do that and also check over while I'm over there.
We won't have time for that, but you can help me get some food. Plus, she hops down. You're a cute kobold. I wouldn't mind spending time with you.
He just blinks at that. It's like, thank you.
Yeah,
Fuck
walks
the
over.
receptionist.
Welcome to the therapy office. Anyway, can we go on a date?
Yeah, walks over, puts her tail underneath your chin, smiles. 'Tis the season, and keeps
God.
walking.
Rips
he has
her.
no reaction. He just looks over at Ivy, being like, "What the fuck was that?"
Fuck the receptionist.
Oh, you're getting played.
Just kind of squints at that before just following them.
Yep. And as soon as you're gone,
So Octavia's walking away. Ivy just makes the sound of, and she's got a hook. Like,
yep. As soon as everyone's in other rooms, and you're alone, Ivy, door opens up. There you are.
oh my god.
I didn't see you at dinner.
Where is this bitch popping out of?
She has a magical hat.
Indeed.
Ivy just turns and she goes, well, that's just ironic.
Why is that?
Basically, we discovered that and be careful, that a cambion is potentially loose in the school.
Really? A cambion.
Yes, and my team thought you was a potential suspect.
Really? That's good to
Mm.
know. Thank you for letting me know. I'll have to try to be nicer then. I don't want them thinking I'm a monster.
Exactly, that's what I said.
After all, monsters aren't really real. But if that's the case, I better tell my siblings and I to just maybe be prepared for... What's it called? Search, penning, turning us to animals, whatever it is they do.
They said it was going to be a collar search.
Oh, right, that thing. Well, I'll have to tell me and my siblings just to be prepared for that. Thanks, Ivy. Oh, and one other thing. Tell Rustling I've got the information she needs. Toodles. And she leaves. And that's where we're gonna go on break, everybody. I will see you back here at 5:50.
I fucking knew it.
Knew what?
Me sitting here. I mean, look. Wrestling was having a moment of paranoia. She likes Holly. She can tell Holly is trying. Just
Fair
protective
enough.
motherly paranoia took over.
Hey. Alright, I'm gonna hop off. See you all here at 3:50. Bye-bye now.
Break.
Oh.
It is break time.
Break.
Brick! Brick!
And now with the ad read.
Meanwhile, in the Malachi Temple.
Doctor? Doc? I wanted to ask on the status of my wife and... Why are you huddled up in the corner? What is this paper? Is it the reason? I cannot speak. My voice is... broken? What the fuck? How do you break a voice? Okay, you've got to be exaggerating. Nobody breaks their...
I am not.
Oh, my fucking ears!
The Trothar Chronicles will be back after these messages.
Attention students, it's the moment we've all been waiting for this Sunday. The Elemental Ball season finally kicks off with a bang! As we start off with at 2 p.m. with our very first matches. Team Forest versus Team Wavebreaker and Team Proud Oak versus Team Puddle later at 7 p.m. It's going to be one hell of a season this year. These new students came in swinging for glory. Bring in your friends, bring your professors, bring your familiars friends! Oh, fuck, bring me some tea for my fucking throat. Thank you. This year's Elemental Ball kicks off at 2 p.m. on Sunday with the second match at 7 p.m. See you at the... Susan!
To all students not yet signed up with the club this year, what are you waiting for? The Club Hub is your one-stop place to find out exactly what kind of activity you want to join. Remember, not only is joining one mandatory for students, but broadening your horizons and practicing other activities will give you the skills and focus you need to be better dragon riders out in the field. So come by soon, or else we have to start expelling people. We are not joking. And remember, through dragons we protect.
To all our newer students, or ones that think their time at school is at an end, we have been getting reports of an alarming amount of still students trying to enter and loiter around the Alumni House. Well, here is your one courteous reminder that that building is for graduates and fully fledged riders only. It is a place where they may rest and attend to catch up with current news, not a social club for those that are still attending their classes. We have told you all staying there to report students that have been hanging around or trying to get in, so just leave it alone, for your sake. And remember, through dragons we protect.
Back in the Malachi Temple.
And another thing, my name is Corkant, not Wilfred! I keep saying it, but you don't fucking listen! Also, you're a doctor, not a detective! You should be tending to the birds here, like my wife! Not dragging me around to do some stupid, insane, investigative nonsense for some handsome killer that is totally innocent! And do not get me started on your plumage!
Join us next week for more Tales of the Hawks.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the session I didn't think we were having today. I thought the therapy stuff was gonna get sharp, but you know what? We gonna do what we gonna do, y'all. I let you all decide what you want to do. This has been a fun time at therapy, and it's gonna get funner.
Look, you gave us a chance to at least get little hints of backstory shit. Why wouldn't we?
Hey. Alright, so currently, Churgo or Yaro's player has to step away for a little bit. That's okay. So except for Ivy, we should have 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, no, 1, 2, 3 people. So we're basically going to go what is in the Discord call here. So we're going to have Mabel as 1. We're going to have Rustling as 2 and Shadow as 3. Is that fair for everybody?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm just going to move this over here. For my choice. Okay. Let's go with Shadow first then.
All right.
We're going to switch over to your theme. Okay. So Shadow, first off, let me explain what happens. You walk into the room that is with Clam. So Clam, first and foremost, his room is filled with water. Basically just allow him to swim a little bit faster, move. So there's like a good 2-foot pool around everywhere. So he swims around, he jumps up on his couch, he looks to you, and he gestures for you to either lay down or sit down on the couch.
Yeah, she looks down over to it, kind of trudges to the water, and sits down on the couch. Kind of
Sorry about that. They look over to you because I keep forgetting Clam is non-binary. They look over to you. Sorry about that. I usually have water in my room to help out with because, well, Lilkatha.
Oh, no, don't apologize. Do what you need to do that makes you not only comfortable, but also helps you survive.
Nods. Writes that down. The Lilkatha looks up, Clam looks over, and again, because I realized I forgot to mention this, just to give a little bit of distinct and all that kind of stuff, because I don't believe I mentioned what kind of fish Clam is.
No, I don't think so.
Clam is a barracuda. I believe Pacific barracuda, so he's a big boy. Or they are a big boy. Or big person. God dang, I'm looking
Big
at
fish.
2 different ones. Big fish, yes. Big fish.
Big fish.
I'm looking at pineapple. That's the other one I'm looking at. No, so Clam, they look over to you. So how long have you known you had depression?
Probably had it for about, at least I think I realized I had it for about 4 years ago, I want to say.
Writes that down. What happened 4 years ago?
She opens her mouth, kind of looks to the side and quickly closes it. My wife died.
Writes that down. I'm sorry. Oh, so that would be 6 years ago.
Oh, 6 years ago. My bad. Then she said
Sorry.
6 years, my bad.
Writes that down. I'm sorry. Was the funeral very nice?
We couldn't find a body.
Writes that down. And what about your kids? Have you been managing your depression with your kids?
I want to say so, but my anger sometimes slipped over and my kids saw that.
Writes that down. That must be very scary.
I just want them to have the best shot at life,
Why is that?
because I don't think I had one.
Writes that down. Okay. Now this is a short session, so not a full one. But what are signs of the depression you've been having, and what seems to help it improve?
I don't really like talking about it.
Writes that down. Okay, I think I've got all I need. So tell me about how your father would get mad and scream at you.
Her ears kind of pop up. My dad.
Clearly, first and foremost, you might want to go talk to, well, Moss every now and then about transition, since it looks like you haven't done a full transition.
No, I haven't.
And 2, it's very rare we see women with the anger issues, so I can only guess it was your father who probably screamed at you when you did something wrong. My guess is, considering you're a felinine, you came from a very large household, And from how you dress, I'm assuming you come from a household that's more regal.
I was adopted.
I see. Write that down. And did you feel like you were welcomed in your own home?
I want to say so, yeah. They were welcoming people. They pretty much treated
But
me
they
like I was
were
their own.
aggressive?
At times, if I messed up, or I did something horrible, or did something I couldn't explain.
And what was horrible or messing up in your mind?
There's this one event. I don't fully remember it. It's kind of fuzzy.
Write that down.
I accidentally did something that made my brother stop breathing.
I see. Demigod power?
I think so. They explained it with that, and shortly afterwards I got a suppressor.
I see. Shadowfell?
She nods. King.
We hear
sorry?
Shadowfell. No, that's okay. We hear Shadowfell survivors talk about that.
She rubs the back of her neck. King Alucard.
Oh.
My fault.
I don't know him, but the king sounds really interesting. Doesn't sound like it's the ruler, however.
No. He ruled a part.
Write that down. That must be very hard to be the, I guess, princess?
He kind of snapped at me before I explained to him that I didn't feel like a girl.
But he tried his best.
Him and my mother, yes.
The Shadowfell is a very hard place, and those who survive it are said to be harder. I think from what I saw outside, or what I've seen and heard, you're doing a good job. And there's nothing bad with anger management. But, to be honest, I don't think I'm the one that you should be talking to. I think you should go to Pineapple. Do you want to come with me to meet him?
If that's alright.
Of course. He walks over, swims off, hops up. I'm good at talking about depression and anxiety, but you just revealed that you have an anger problem. And Pineapple works good for anger management.
Fair enough.
But you can always come back and request my services anytime you want, okay?
Thank you. I just feel like I wasted your time just a little bit.
Do you think opening up your feelings is a waste of your time?
Never had to think about it.
Do you think you're a waste of time?
Maybe? I don't fully know.
That's okay. Pineapple probably won't be able to meet with you much today, but Pineapple does talk a lot about things, so what you can do is me and Pineapple can be in with you. Or if you want, and he swims back over, I can discuss with Pineapple some anger management issues, and you can stick with me. What would you prefer? I mean, if you went in with Pineapple, then you wouldn't have to deal with all the water.
I don't mind the water. Could both of you be in on these sessions?
Not really. We only do that for kids.
Fair.
But I can discuss with Pineapple if you want.
If that wouldn't be too much trouble.
So long as you're okay with a fish as a therapist. And they just give you a salute.
And no, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, they stick out their hand. Nice to meet you then.
And she holds out her hand and shakes his little fin.
You do, you shake the fin. They are happy. Okay, Shadow, that was your quick little intro into therapy.
Yay!
Alright, let's roll to see who's next.
I'm sad.
That's the point! 3, so that's rustling.
Oh boy! This shit.
Alright, we're gonna change themes. Okay. So Edward walks in, opens the door. His room, again, looks very interesting because it almost looks, for anyone here who knows the game, like Pokemon Go. Or not Pokemon Go, like Pokemon Snap. The island, the old island of Pokemon Snap, where you had, like, different biomes and all these different, like, on this one island. There's desert and forest and a pool. There's, what looks to be, like, a bit of a grassy field and volcanic rocks and places to burrow in.
Her eyes immediately go to the water.
You can go ahead and play in there. That's alright. Edward starts to get some paper out and look at you.
She is permission to go into the water on land. It's not connected to seawater. She going.
He looks at that. He lets you swim for a bit. He calls out, enjoying that?
It's been a good while since I've actually been able to swim.
And you're not out of breath?
Is she?
No, you're not.
No?
Writes that down. Very good. So what did you want to talk about?
I guess transitioning into life outside of the sex work.
Oh, I was about to say, if it's transitioning, that's not my domain, but fair enough. Okay. So, he pats the couch. Why don't you come over here?
She does. She'll dry herself off first.
Was that hard to move away from the water?
Was it?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, but nothing I'm not familiar with having to do.
Okay. Writes that down. So, what do you find weird about, in your own mind, let's say weird, what do you find weird about the transition? What's going on?
I keep having to, well, I guess I keep finding myself being thrown off whenever someone does something for me. And I
Like-
don't... Sorry?
Like what? Like passing food, or what are you talking about?
Food, or the... Okay, there was this example a while ago.
Okay.
With Mabel. He's part of my group.
Okay.
He handed me a sovereign or both. I can't quite remember, but
Wow, that's a lot.
I know, right? That was weird on its own, and he didn't ask for anything for it.
I see. And how did that make you feel?
Like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop.
You're not used to kindness, are you?
I guess not.
Writes that down. So, was your father or your mother abusive then? Or was it both, maybe?
For sure, father, but well, I used to think my mother was complacent, but with recent things I'm learning, I know she doesn't. She was probably. She never wanted to be there.
Ah, a Silky held situation. And he writes that down.
Yeah, apparently that's I suspect being considering one of my children are Selkie.
Well, makes sense. You're probably an otter folk.
Huh?
Arcanoloths don't like the water.
The lynx? They don't?
No. Now, you are a demigod, so it could be that this is connected to the fact that Avon, Daria, Tossi...
Daria and Tassi.
Oh, writes that down. Could be them. But he points to your hands. Those ripples on your arm are an indication that that's a demigod mark right there.
Oh. And
What?
oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. You go.
Huh. I didn't know the ripples were that.
Oh, yeah. Every demigod has a mark of their own. Preferably it glows whenever they're activating their ancestral powers. Can be natural things like stripes or spots if they've got it, or it can be things they're born with, like that. But regardless, it could very well be that you are, well, just an Arcanoloth that likes the water because of that. But from what I've heard and seen outside, your daughter was a Selkie, your mom's a Selkie, and there's a 50% chance if a Selkie has a child with someone on land, it's an Otterfolk, or another Selkie. So it could very well be you could be an Otterfolk or a Selkie. But your pelt must have been taken from you at a young age.
Eric, I cannot keep having these revelations!
I ain't saying squat.
Yeah, Rusley has to blink at that. Huh.
The only way you'll know is if you get back in the water. Ocean water will show off everything. But regardless, he looks to you. I think you're a very brave young woman?
I think so?
Because there are things like you could be non-binary, meaning you have no connection to female or male, or you could be trans. Both are very fine. Now, I could...
Oh, sorry.
You've never heard those terms before.
Huh?
We'll get into that another day. But I would like to be your primary therapist. And then I think I'd like to go talk to David or Moss or Bog for a few other information, okay?
Okay.
Yay, sticks out his hand. Pleasure to have you as a client.
It's good to properly meet you. As she takes his hand.
Yeah. Smiles and shakes.
Huzzah! Also, me sitting here, the ship fuel continues!
Indeed. I will say, due to the fact Churgo is back, I'd like to give Churgo a little bit more time to eat food. I'm gonna go with Mabel next, if that's okay, Churgo?
I mean, I've got like 3 ravioli in the dish now. I can swallow that real quick.
Fair enough. Okay. Odds will be Yarrow, evens will be Mabel. Savvy?
Mm-hmm.
Odds it is. Yarrow's up next.
Oh, boy.
That makes sense. Mabel's is going to be a bit longer because kid. Okay, so, Yarrow, you get led in by Abyss to a room. He walks around. Again, this one has water in it that there looks to be a deeper end later over to the right so that he can dive in a bit more. But currently it's, again, 2 feet of water. He walks in, feels perfectly fine, sits down, starts writing some notes. Sit. Let's talk.
All right. He's gonna go over and he's gonna find a place to sit.
Nods, looks to you. So, what do you want to talk about? What's on your mind?
He just kind of takes a moment where he just takes a deep, deep breath. Before I start talking, can I talk Yellow the Sovereign here?
Pardon?
I know a lot of people get really weird when you talk about people in power, but...
While I understand that the Sovereign is, to me, someone I respect, you're a New Age race. I am never going to understand the fact that you have to wear a collar on your neck all the time, and it is understandable you'd want to talk ill of him. There's nothing wrong with doing that, alright? You can talk ill of him, that's fine.
Less for that reason and more of people around me. Yeah.
People around you?
I should probably start off a little bit for context for this.
Can I do one thing first before you do that?
Sure thing.
He walks over to a shelf with a bunch of toys, and he brings over a teddy bear for you. Why don't you hold that?
Kind of looks at it for a little bit, and he just kind of picks it up. I don't think he's ever actually had a stuffed toy before.
No, so he just holds it to you. Why don't you try hugging that when you're scared?
Okay.
Yeah, it feels comforting to hug something, Yarrow. It helps settle you a bit.
Well, kind of.
A bit, yeah.
For other reasons, like, oh, this feels nice, I wish I could, oh, wait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he just looks. Alright, so... why don't you talk a little bit? We don't have too much time, but I'd like to talk with you.
Okay, then, get through this part a little bit quicker, just for the context. Most of my life, I've been in a lot of situations where there have been either powerful people or other circumstances going on where people that I care about suffer. In different ways for different reasons.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And every time I've never really been able to help them. I've never been able to stop it. Like,
what do you mean? You mean like when your siblings or you got collared?
I don't know any of my siblings.
Really?
I know I have to have them at least on my dad's side, but
Who's your father?
He kind of like tenses a little bit around the bear on that. I've been told that my father is King Methuselah.
That's nice. He writes that down.
Kind of like blinks a little bit at that reaction and then just kind of shakes his head and looks. My mother took me away from the capital and raised me in a very secluded place with a bunch of other, mostly Bakura.
He stops. Okay.
And she ran the little township that we had there, and she was very strict and very controlling with everything. And much of it, sometimes, while people still came there and wanted her to lead them, a lot of what she decreed or of what she spoke against seemed to be to the detriment of people's happiness and sometimes their safety.
Did she have you all wearing the same clothing?
Yes.
Did she suddenly change the rules about to things that seemed to fit her better?
His eyes kind of widen at that, and he just kind of like actually loosens the grip on the teddy bear. Yes, she did.
And did she specifically punish or make people feel degradation or humiliation in public squares?
Yeah. Yes.
That's a cult. He starts writing down on his notes.
He just kind of blinks and tilts his head up. What?
A cult. That's a cult. Singular ruler, has interesting views that oftentimes don't line up with it, fairly religious, changes truths and informations to fit their needs, and what I just described is a cult. You grew up in a cult. It's a not good place. A bad place. A lot of child abuse happens there.
Yeah, at that he tenses up more and starts to hug the bear again.
Methuselah has never, I've heard in reports, had one of his mates leave. Are you telling me that this cult leader, took you from your father to a cult and now runs it?
Well, she said that, he kind of tightens the grip a little bit.
He actually walks over, sits beside you, and offers his hand.
He kind of like blinks and looks at it for a second. And then just kind of takes one arm off the bear and grips it.
Yeah, he puts his other hand on yours. Go on.
I don't know the validity of it, and I have been questioning the validity of it, but I also didn't ever want to say that this was untrue. But she said that it was, that I wasn't born consensually.
It's not unheard of that royals do that, but I wouldn't trust the word of a cult leader. He kind of looks outside. We don't have too much time. I am very sorry for leaving you with this, but you know what I think you are?
What?
I think you're a very strong and brave person to have survived this long. I think if you escaped a cult and you came out this far, I think that's incredible. And most importantly, I think that you have done a brilliant job acclimating to society. You should be proud of yourself. Alright?
His ears kind of flick back at that, and he kind of looks at him and then starts to look down at the ground. He slowly lets go of his hand and starts to grip the bear a little bit more. Yeah, maybe I am. But
you left people behind.
Yeah. And I came here so I could have the means to protect the people that I care about. And right outside, a few minutes ago, I just watched the Sovereign harass and coerce my friends and threaten them and hurt them. Well, the headmaster and the other leaders, the most powerful dragon riders in the world, are the most powerful people in the world.
They're not the most powerful people.
Kind of.
He actually takes your hand again to make you look at him. Yarrow. They are not the most powerful people in the world. They are the wisest in the dragon rider field. But they are not the most powerful. But let me ask you, what could you have done? What could you have done in the face of the Sovereign? The most powerful humanoid in the entire land. What could you expect yourself to do?
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's actually the solution. He puts a hand on your shoulder. You're doing a lot. Fact of the matter is, you are not strong enough now, but that won't mean you will never be that strong. I think you are doing the best steps you can. And if you're not going to be proud of yourself, then I'll be proud of you. He gives a smile. Do you want to have me as your primary therapist?
I kind of looks at the ground for a moment. I guess if you think that I'm still new to this, so I'm not entirely sure.
What do you want? Don't ask me for approval. What would you like?
I think I'd like that.
Then we'll follow at your pace. And he shakes your hand.
And Yarrow sets the bear down and stands back up.
Hey.
Huh?
He hands it to you. Why don't you keep that?
Kind of looks at it for a little bit. I appreciate it, but and he starts to hand it back.
No. I insist as a gift. All right?
Okay.
Yeah, he smiles. Yarrow, that's your time!
Oh boy!
Yeah! Ah, fun time. All right, Mabel, you're the last one.
Oh no. Because my mom was actually in the room when you re-rolled that, and I was like, fuck, don't pick me, don't pick me, don't pick me, don't pick me. My mother is here.
Hello!
She's not here anymore.
Oh, fair enough.
She's out of the room. She was just checking on my lizard because he's coming to work with me today. But
Aww. Okay. So Mabel, you go in, and sure enough, like all of the different rooms, each and every one of them has a different thing. So Moss's room has a lot of plants and a lot of like different nice soft soils to walk on. And he walks in, he looks to you, he smiles, he gestures for you to sit down.
yeah, he will.
Okay, so we had a little bit of a talk outside. So, what exactly are you facing the most trouble with right now?
I don't know. My fiance's kind of an asshole about me being a guy, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, he takes out his paper. And who's your fiance?
The Sovereign.
He stops, looks up. Oh, that must be a lot of pressure.
I guess.
Okay. And how do you feel about being a boy?
It's better than being a girl.
It stops. What?
I mean, way easier. I'll be honest. Insanely easier.
But you feel a connection to being a boy, right?
I mean, does anybody feel a connection to it? I mean, it's better. I'm happier.
He kind of puts his paper down. What if I said you were a girl?
No, I don't think I'm a girl.
Okay. What if I gesture to you with more feminine kind of traits?
That's fine. I don't mind having feminine traits attributed to me.
He puts his paper down. He stands up. He walks to the door. Bog, I got one of yours! What?
He has no clue what this means.
I got one of yours. Again? Yeah, second time this month. Alright. He comes up. What's walking in is a cobalt half-dragon. So, basically a a metallic dragon of the cobalt kind of variety. He comes in. Yeah, another one? That's right. Oh, yeah, you're with me then. Come on.
Okay, I have no clue what's going on. He just followed. He's like, whatever, I've had weirder shit happen to me, I guess.
Moss gives you like a yee kind of a salute, closes closes his door. Bog opens up, lets you in. This room has a lot more, like, books and papers, a standard kind of therapy room with a few plants in it. He's got there's some dead mice in a jar. Looks over. Want one?
I'm okay.
Fair enough. Throws one in his mouth, takes it. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you a few questions and you tell me if this sounds right. If someone
Fine.
calls me pretty, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, that's fine.
If someone calls me handsome, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I
If
prefer they
some-
call me neither, frankly, but I guess either's fine.
That was the next question. I do not have a preference for someone looking at my body.
I would prefer they don't.
Yep, that's so. Moves down the paper. I have days where I feel connected to one gender.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Alright, let me try it this way. If you're... Do you have a significant other?
Yes.
I want you to point, or at least tell me which one, would you prefer if someone says, my boyfriend, my girlfriend, my partner?
I guess as long as it's not girlfriend, I don't care.
But specifically partner.
That's
So
fine.
that doesn't... Well, look at you! You are one of mine. Okay.
I don't know what that means.
Moss and I work in very similar sections. Self-esteem, body, gender dysphoria is Moss. But I'm non-binary. Do you know what that term means?
I mean, yeah, I had a friend who was, but I'm not that.
What do you think it means?
I don't know. I never really asked Seagrass that deeply.
Alright. So if you say you know what it is, but you don't know what it is, how do you know what it is?
I don't know.
Okay. So why do you say you're not that?
I guess because he like doesn't want to continue his sentence.
I ain't gonna judge you. What's going on?
If I'm not a boy, then he's just gonna make me be a girl again.
The Sovereign.
I guess.
I see. He writes that down.
I mean, he makes me be a girl again anyways. He just shrugs.
He what?
He doesn't like me being biologically male sometimes, that's it.
Making note to talk to Ash about some help with this one. Got it. So let me get this straight. When you are intimate with him, he sometimes forces you back into a female body.
Yeah, occasionally.
So that's assault. Got it.
Whatever.
Okay. So tell me about how your parents never spent time with you.
Oh my god. He leans back a little bit. They spent time with me.
When you were, I assume, in trouble, like sick or hurt?
I guess. I don't know.
And if you weren't sick or hurt, where were they?
Well, I was sick all the time, so.
Were they by your bedside all the time then?
They were enough.
That's not my question. Where were they?
I don't know. Working, probably?
So you were on your own quite a bit.
I guess.
And suddenly the Sovereign won't leave you alone, huh?
Well, yeah, that's the problem. I like being alone.
Because it's safer than being near the Sovereign, I take it.
Well, yeah, he's an asshole.
So, I assume you thought he was safe in the beginning because he gave you a lot of attention. But then when it came to understanding the attention was connected to your body and sex, now it's safer to be alone?
No, I never thought he was safe. I knew from the moment I met. at him that he didn't feel right. I didn't know how at first, but I knew he didn't feel right.
Then why are you with him?
My parents told me it'd be a good idea. That's it.
And why did you believe that?
I didn't believe that. I just didn't want to disappoint them.
Have you thought you're a disappointment to a lot of people in your life?
Well, am I wrong? Just shrugs.
Do you think your kids would find you a disappointment?
Well, it's different. They're kids.
Do you think your partner finds you a disappointment?
I don't know why she doesn't.
Do you think you have to do things for others to validate some kind of a kindness?
I don't know.
You deflect a lot, you know that, right?
I have been told that, yes.
Very classic abandonment case, then. Kind of writes that down.
He rubs his face.
I assume you're an only child?
I was. I'm not anymore, I guess.
Well, that's wonderful. Why are you trying to make them proud, then?
It was recent, but, I mean, other than that, he, like, has a face. This is not something he's ever talked about with people, other than his parents. So he frowns a little and just goes like, it took my parents a while to have me. That's it.
Ah. So tell me if this is right. You believe because you were what you thought was your parents' last chance, that you have to be everything of the hopes and dreams of all the children who died before you. And you feel like if you're not perfect, then what's the point of you being born when you could have had the other children be born and be better than them?
To be fair, I already did disappoint the shit out of them, so...
No parent ever finds their child a disappointment.
I don't really believe that with my parents, if I'm honest.
And why would that be? Did you do drugs?
No, I got arrested for necromancy. Well, I did also do drugs, but they don't know about that.
What's wrong with necromancy?
My question.
In kobold culture, we deal with necromancers quite a bit. They're perfectly fine, they're just people. They just study a different science that is oftentimes barred due to the cost of it.
No, see, I agree. But, yeah.
Let me give you a little piece of advice. Everyone thinks they disappoint their parents. But if you weren't here tomorrow, do you think your parents would really not care about you?
No, they'd care. My parents care a lot. It's just...
Would others care?
Some people, I think.
Would your kids care?
Well, yeah.
Would Clover care? Or not Clover, would your partner care?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not suicidal. I'm not gonna do that.
I hope you weren't. There'd be a lot of people who care about you that would miss you.
He shakes his head. I used to be, like, actively, but I'm not actively anymore, so it's fine.
Alright. Now you said you got arrested for necromancy. What happened?
My friends and I were reanimating corpses that we dug up for a few years.
Alright. Were you asking the families if you could do that?
No, we were teenagers. We were just doing it for fun.
I see. He writes that down. And what happened to your friends?
They're dead. They got hanged.
But you didn't.
Because I agreed to marry the Sovereign.
So now you think your friends would be disappointed in you. Did I take that right?
Well, they've told me they were disappointed in me. That's not a thing.
Did they use those exact words?
Well, Sapphire definitely yelled at me.
People say things they don't mean when they're angry and scared. If she says that when she's perfectly happy, then you believe it. You can throw anything at me, Mabel. I'm not gonna break too easy.
He just sighs and rolls his eyes a little.
You have not told me anything of why I think you're a disappointment or a bad person. I think the only one who's calling you a disappointment and a bad person is yourself. And if you'll let me... Sticks out their hand. I'd like to help you.
Fine, whatever.
I'll hope to change that. I'm gonna give you a little homework, alright? I want you to start using they-them pronouns whenever you talk with people for 1 week, alright?
Fine, whatever. He grumbles.
If you really hate it, you can go back to it, alright?
Fine.
Alright. Now, why don't you go out and go talk to Ash? I'm sure she would love to talk to you.
Okay.
Do you leave?
He does. It's just the image of Mabel going to the party like, the guy thinks I'm non-binary. Isn't that crazy? The entire group. Not really. What did you say to him?
Dear God.
No! But walking out, sure enough, Ash is actually gone talking with Marigold out in the hallway. She looks up. There's your father. Yeah, Marigold quickly runs over.
Yeah, grabs Marigold and just goes, "You okay?"
Yeah, she nods and just hugs you.
Yeah, hugging her.
I went to go fetch her since I figured it would be time for, well, her appointment soon. And Moss told me that you were in with Bog, so we wanted to wait a little bit.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, Bog opens the door. Remember your homework! Closes it. What homework is that?
He wants me to go by they, them pronouns for a week.
Oh, that's wonderful. So, I apologize, not your father. Marigold, your Baba's here. Let's go in and talk. And she just turns.
There is the deepest moment of pure rage in his little heart because that genuinely feels better and he's so mad that he's right.
Bog is a paid therapist! He knows what to do!
Like, they know what
Look,
they're doing.
Mabel's a prideful little bitch. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like that someone was right about him.
Oh no, it's gonna get better. Bog sticks out from the door. Now, how did that make you feel?
Flips him off.
Starts to practice that and looks up at you, Mabel.
Mary, no, we're not doing that.
Nods and just hugs.
Yeah, that's for adults, not for kids. Just carrying her.
So when I'm like you, I can do that?
When you're an adult, you can flip off as many people as you want, Mary. I can't stop you.
Okay. And she just gets held. Sure enough, Ash's room is very soft. It's very comforting. There's toys, specifically toys of a lot of different humanoids, specifically undressed Mabel. So these look like for assault cases.
Looks madly uncomfortable at this, but is like, okay, it's fine. It's fine.
And unlike couches, there are bean bags, which Marigold actually looks really excited. She kind of like curls into one.
Oh, fuck yeah, beanbag.
It's the equivalent of a beanbag that instead of beans, it's wool. So it's just a giant pile of wool.
Fuck yeah, beanbag.
So, Ash looks over. So, Marigold, why don't you talk a little bit about your experience? I don't want to be here. Okay. She looks over to you. She looks over to you, Mabel.
Putting her in my lap.
There's nothing wrong.
It just pats her and just goes, "Can you just try it a little?"
There's nothing wrong. Who told you there's nothing wrong? Papa? I
The
see.
most withering look.
And I will say this, for people, we are never going to go into full detail, but we're going to talk a little bit about it, just as a heads up. What did he say is okay? He said it's normal. What's normal? Everything? That's a lot of stuff. Could you be a little bit clearer for me?
Everything in the entire world is normal.
Indeed! Well, everything he does is to help me. Okay. That must be a lot. What does he do? he gets me dresses, okay. And he takes care of me. And how does he take care of you? He asks Mama to feed me and do all that stuff. We get to have play dates. And when Baba's gone, we have sleepovers. And then Marigold puts her ears back. I wasn't supposed to say that. Okay.
He's not responding to it verbally because he doesn't want to make Marigold feel bad, but he's like, God fucking damn it, I'm gonna kill that man.
Oh no! Fun fact, she goes, that's perfectly okay to tell me. I'm not mad at you. She looks over at you, Mabel.
Yeah, I'm not mad at you either.
Okay, and that's all we're gonna talk about. Do you want to go play a toy? She nods very quick and runs off. Yeah, she looks up to you. I think we're gonna let Marigold come in at her own time, okay?
He nods.
Has he done any of that to you?
What do you mean?
How old are you right now?
I'm 25.
And how old is your two eldest children?
9 and 8.
So you are 25, and your eldest child is 9.
Yes.
So you had a child when you were 14?
No.
Sorry, when you were 16?
Is that how old he was with Ghost?
Specifically, yes, it was 16.
He blinks. Yeah, but Ghost wasn't with him.
Okay, what happened?
My ex. He doesn't know how to explain that. He waves a hand and goes, maybe we shouldn't include ghost conception. That was complicated. He waves a hand.
Okay, what about your second eldest?
Sage is with my boyfriend.
Okay, and who's your boyfriend?
Zagreus.
Okay, she writes that down. And how old were you when you had Sage?
18.
But you said he's 8.
Well, yeah, but I was 18.
The math doesn't lie. You had to be at least 17.
Okay, that doesn't make sense.
No, Mabel, you're counting. Like, yeah, no, it is going to be at 17.
He's like, but I was definitely 18.
Were you?
He's like, I was.
Then possibly at the cusp. Is his birthday coming up?
He blinks. I think so.
Okay, she writes that down. So October then?
Yes.
Okay, she writes that down. But that means to have carried it, you had to have been 7.
I didn't carry Sage, but
Okay, and just to check, when were you living in with the Sovereign?
at 17.
And do you think that's appropriate that he took a minor into his house to kept as a future wife?
I mean, he didn't.
Or husband?
I didn't know that's what it was at the time. He shakes his head.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not blaming you. I'm asking, if Marigold was 16 and the same thing happened, would you think that's okay?
No.
Then why are you so upset to say that it was okay to happen to you?
I did not know that this is where this was going. He doesn't want to talk about this.
Yeah, she closes the scroll. I think it's important you're here for sure. But you've done nothing wrong. There's no shame in what's happening, and we'll work with it together. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Well then, she claps her paws. You both are good to go. She stands up and walks.
Yeah. We'll go. I should try to use fucking they/them pronouns with his ass.
Indeed! Time to work on that!
No, they're gonna fucking leave. Just like I have to go tell the fucking party to use they/them pronouns with me. Fuck.
Yeah, Clover just, not Clover, Marigold just cuddles up with you.
Hug baby.
Yeah, cuddles.
Everything is fine. There's a baby now. Nothing bad is happening if baby is here.
Heck yeah!
Sure about that?
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
What?
I will say this for everybody here, you meet back up.
Mabel looks so mad. So annoyed.
Yarrow's holding a teddy bear and just looks like he's just looking past everything.
You good, Yarrow?
What?
You good?
Oh, I don't know.
That's fair.
Shadow just walks out with, like, soggy legs.
What? Points at that, looks at her. What happened?
My therapist is a Lokapa.
Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Oh, and, apparently I have anger issues.
He bites his tongue.
She looks at him. Alright, you little shit.
I was gonna say no shit, but that felt a little mean.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Guys, kids.
Oh, right, sorry.
Yeah, true.
I was about to say, the kids are all looking up at you like, hi!
Hi,
He mouths
yeah,
no
you're
to
not
all
allowed
of
to...
his kids. He mouths no to all of his kids.
Ha, none of you are allowed to repeat that.
Nuts.
Good.
Wrestling comes out. Just face. You know those moments where it's like you're just trying to process everything you've heard. That would be wrestling at this moment.
Yeah, look at her. Are you good?
Trying to figure that out. I'll get back to you on it once I fully processing. That's the word, processing.
That's fair.
Fun fact, there is a knock at the door while all of you are talking.
Hmm?
And Clover sticks her head in.
Hi, Clover.
The Celestials, they were right.
What does that mean?
You actually went to therapy?
I promised Marigold I was gonna.
Mabel, please roll me a dex save.
Oh no.
And there we go. They're
Oh,
gone.
no.
Is he about to be smooched?
I think
Yeah, you're on the floor. She's kissing you all over.
And there we go.
God. He's like, oh my god.
You all may continue the conversation because Team Undergrowth is outside, but you may all continue your conversation.
Maple is trying to squirm out from under Clover because he's like, I have to say the thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you may do that in a second. Everybody else?
Is Octavio back? Because he went out to get food.
Yeah, I will say you're back.
Oh.
Team Undergrowth is there. You guys are there. Octavio, it really was just Flip was very quiet, helped you get food, came back, look at you, like up and down every time. Just giving you a look over.
He didn't notice any of that.
Yeah, as soon as you're in. Okay, well, there's making out in my reception. Turns to you, Octavio. If you get any ideas, I get off in a few hours. Goes up, hands you each some fruit.
I think he's a little dense, huh?
Oh, then I think you're quite cute and it's the season, so if you want, a few hours from now, I'm happy to spend time with you.
He blinks, looks away for a second. Wait, that's why you were talking to me like that down in the hall?
Yes.
Huh. Just kind of just goes, huh, as he holds an apple.
Yeah, Seer looks over. Man, you are dense.
Look, it's been a long day.
No
It's been a
kidding.
long- been a long day for all of us.
Hi. Mabel, you get to say your thing because Clover's just sitting on your lap now and letting you sit up but still kissing you.
Mabel just sits up a little and goes, he told me that he wants me to do homework, so I'm saying this.
Oh, you got homework?
Uh-huh.
Huh.
He wants me to have people call me by they, them pronouns right now.
Wait,
Wow.
you finally figured that out?
What is that?
I mean, to be
Oh,
fair,
Clover's just kissing you all over now.
To be fair, you kind of gave off the vibe of a them be, honestly.
Oh, what?
Yeah, honestly.
Non-binary.
Yeah, honestly, you kind of gave off that vibe. No offense there, Mabel.
What? What does any of that mean?
A non-binary person is a person who doesn't identify with any or, like, all genders, pretty much. They
Oh,
kinda
so
just
like
exist
a like a trans person, but they want to be nothing.
Exactly.
I haven't
They're
heard of
just-
any of these terms before.
There is... Oh, go ahead.
I knew of them mainly for the fact of, well, the Shadowfield was a little progressive. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm gonna be so honest. Shadowleaf explaining that, Mabel's just looks annoyed. The minute Yarrow describes it as, but they want to be nothing, there is the look on Mabel's face of like, oh shit.
Wait, you can... Blinks? You can be nothing.
Yeah, you can be nothing.
Apparently.
God,
I didn't actually know that was possible either. I just had trans friends, so I understood that part of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that... Good for you? You said they, them?
I guess.
Okay. I'm going to try my best. If I mess up, just let me know.
I don't care, it's fine.
That being said, actually, I think I'm recommended to go to Moss, or am I recommended to go to Dave? I don't fully remember. One of them for trans issues.
That's the Moss one, that's who they sent me to originally, and then he said that I was in the wrong place, I guess. He waves a hand and just goes, did not realize that anybody actually feels connection to gender at all.
Yeah, I feel very attached to being a woman.
I'm gonna be honest, I thought that was not how that works. I just went, oh, it would be way more convenient to be a man, and that feels more comfortable.
From the top of the stairs. And how does that make you feel? Shut the door.
So mad, he's so mad.
I'm rolling an intelligence. Give me a second.
Shadow just rubs the top of her head. Yeah, no, Mabel, I feel genuine discomfort being a woman, and I don't feel any connection to being neither. So, or not being a woman. Fuck! I feel genuine discomfort being a man, and I find more comfort in being a woman, and I have no attachment to being neither.
Yeah, they shrug. Just goes, I mean, I'll be honest with you, I just thought it would be easier to be a man, and that felt better. I mean, not like, that makes it sound like it was more planned than it was.
We're gonna have a gay moment. Clover takes your head, looks you dead in the eyes. I have one very pretty, handsome partner. Kisses your nose.
Horrible.
Wait, seriously, that's horrible? Or
No, it's fine.
just fine? I'm getting the wrong voice. Just fine?
I don't know. No,
She's just
feels very
nuzzling.
weird. Oh, this feels very weird.
She's just nuzzling you.
No, Mabel just shakes their head just goes, no, I just grew up with my parents being like, my parents are very gender traditional. My mom is very, you're a woman, so you have to have a baby type of thing, and I didn't want that. And my dad is very, well, men get to be scholars and things like that, and I really wanted to be a scholar. So, yeah.
That's interesting.
Masai sticks her head in. Oh. Yeah, so I guess you're one of me then.
What?
Well, I'm trans.
Well, yeah.
By the way, Ivy, are you inside the waiting room or outside? Just to double check.
Oh, Ivy's in the waiting room. Ivy will wait patiently.
Great. You get a little time to talk, Ivy. Shadow, you get some too.
Shadow kind of turns to Ivy, rolls her eyes just a little. Ivy,
Shadow.
can you teach me how to be tactful?
Oh no.
The venom in the voice.
Oh no. Oh no.
No, I hate that you have to adjust how you're sitting.
Ivy was just sitting back, like one leg crossed over the other, just sort of like leaning back. It was like, oh, okay, here we go.
Pure
The
Bond
moment
villain
you,
pose.
yes, the moment you say that, she sits up, like puts both feet on the ground, leads forward. I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Don't make me repeat myself, please.
I just want to clarify. Did you ask me to help you learn tact?
She looks at you, lets out a very heavy sigh. Yes, Ivy.
Why
I
the
asked
fuck
for
do you
that.
want to learn tact?
All the kids look up like, new word?
No.
Ivy gives them a wink, like, yes.
Oh, they start wagging their tails like, okay!
Yeah, no, Ivy's not a parent.
Ivy, do not teach the children how to swear. I have been trying to teach my children how swearing's bad and not to follow my example.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oceanus tugs on your arm. Mama, what's bad about duck?
Oh my god. Anyways,
You
The reason-
you pure soul.
He sticks out his tongue.
I mean,
Quack, quack.
Nods. Shadow?
the reason why is because maybe it'll help me with some anger management I'll be going through. So maybe being tactful will be beneficial in the long run. Can't rely on brute strength forever.
Oh my god, you're actually being fucking serious.
No, she looks like she's about to cuss. She bites her tongue. No kidding.
Oh, don't throw shit in my mouth.
Wave goes to open his mouth, Yara. I assume you're keeping it.
Nope, not those words.
Nope.
Oh my god, I love this woman. Oh boy. Okay. First lesson. You really don't like me, do you?
No, I really don't.
No. What you need to do, and this is going to be, looks at Mabel for a second, your homework. I want you to have a conversation with me where that isn't evidently obvious.
actually, I agree. That'd be fun.
And once you've learned either or if that's too much, have a conversation with a celestial where you don't want to rip out their eyes and piss down their throat.
Mabel's fucking cackling.
She is
Once you've
slowly looking more and more
Hold
unamused.
on. Ivy second.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Once you've been able to master being in the same room as someone you absolutely freaking
Thank you.
despise, and you're able to do it without showing them how much you want to rip open their neck and watch them bleed on the floor until there's nothing left but an agonizing, twitching, pathetic waste of space. Then you'll be fine.
Okay, there's a lot of backstory.
Sorry,
in that
could
one.
you repeat that last one?
Ivy, are you sure you didn't want to book a therapy appointment?
Oh no, I'm perfectly comfortable with what I've been through and who I am.
I need Ivy and Asterion to meet up.
I was about to say, Ivy, your Asterian's showing.
I've not actually played that game, so
It is, yeah.
actually.
But as all of this is going on and you are all having fun and Team Undergrowth is in there, there's at the door. Just a knocking.
Octavio goes over and opens it.
Looking down at you is Cadence.
Oh. Hey,
Ah, fuck you.
It's glaring so hard.
We thought you all still might be here. Classes will be starting in 10 minutes. And to be honest, we haven't been entirely honest for the other reason we're here. I need every New Age race to roll me a wisdom save at disadvantage.
Oh no. I love Shadow and fucking Mabel's reaction every time she enters the room.
The moment Cadence shows up, both of them just bitch.
10.
Makes sense.
5.
8.
5? Makes sense. Yeah, this makes sense for all of you.
Ugh, Mabel playlist, okay.
Because I'm going to put on Ivy's track for this.
Kid, and it just gave me fucking fish in a bird cage.
Oh
Makes
god.
sense.
Oh god. I have
Because-
Let Go by Static Lullaby playing.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Because here's what happens. The Sovereign walks in and he has a knife and a very long, thick piece of silver leather. To all New Age, you know what this is. To all Ancient Era, you don't know what this is. This is the collar material. The Sovereign looks over. It's time for two little ones to get collared up.
What?
Sovereign, what?
The age of 8 years old is the minimum that is required for New Age cubs to be collared. And two of my little ones, one specifically waiting a year after, hasn't been collared yet. He turns directly to Sage and Ghost. Isn't that right, you two?
Mabel fucking gets something, looks so upset.
I let them have a little bit longer, but Sage is almost 9 years old. It's time for him to get collared.
No.
You can't fight the law, Mabel.
Looking at Clover.
Here's the funny thing. All New Age, you know what's coming. Clover just looks up at him. Looks back at Ghost and Sage. Ghost looks, Mama? She takes a deep breath. You all see she's closes her eyes. She covers her mouth. She takes a breath. Turns around with a smile. Ghost, could you come here? Ghost walks over. Honey, this is gonna pinch just a bit, okay? Yeah, he looks panicked. It'll be okay. Okay? She gives him a hug and starts rubbing his neck. Then she looks to you, Mabel, and kind of gestures for you to do the same.
He doesn't look happy about it, but I'll do it.
And she just looks down at him. You're gonna just look at me, okay? Sovereign smirks. Or you can't see because you can't see his face, but you think he's smiling. Cadence holds out what appears to be a red gem. New Age, you can decide what you want, but you're about to see this in full view for all of you.
Yeah, Wrestling blinks. Where is Daria and them?
They're up by your tail.
Hey, kids, how about we go? She's just gonna be guiding them away. That she does not want them to see this.
Yeah, Palm's room is available.
To go into Palm's room. Hey, hey kids, how about we?
What's happening to Ghost?
Nothing. Come on. She's just carrying them.
You do. Yara, what do you want to do?
Yarrow's gripping that bear tight, and he's taking his kids and he's moving them off to the side where they can't see this.
Okay, Shadow?
Shadow's doing the same. She's picking up Oleander and Vale very quickly, like rushing into Palm's room.
Okay. Ivy, Octavio, you two are the last ones here. And Mabel, you get to see this.
Not happy.
while his back is getting pet, the metal is put around his neck as he starts to panic. And the metal is cut with this strange knife, and the gem is put at where the cut is. You see, Mabel, that Ghost's eyes go pinpricked as he screams. And the collar beeps quite a bit, like it keeps flashing and kind of blinking. Clover is holding him through the entire time. And then suddenly, there's beep, beep, beep. Flashes, it stops, and the Sovereign goes, there, that wasn't so bad. Ghost is still crying.
Yeah, hugging him.
You do, but here's the fun thing. Ghost keeps trying to scratch where his neck was, but he keeps hitting the metal and he keeps crying louder. Sage is backed up against a wall. The other kids are looking confused. Clover looks at them, puts her ears back, looks to Sage, and goes, honey, it's no! This is dumb! Why does this have to— Because you're not one of them. You're not a half-dragon. I don't even know what kind you are. But I am! Half-dragons don't have feathered wings.
Growling at the fucking Sovereign.
Do you look like your father? Baba. What?
Oh, now they look terrified.
She looks at that. We usually use Baba. Probably a Bakura name. Yeah. I don't want to pin him. I know. Just give me a second. She walks over, she goes to Sage. Honey, no! Baba can't. We're gonna be right here, and it's gonna be okay. That look like it just pinches for a bit, okay? I don't want to have them pin you, so can you be really brave? Ivy and Octavio, you see him sniffling, but he gets hugged by his mom. And he gets hugged very tight, and you see a blue gem gets grabbed for him. And sure enough, the same process happens. Blue gem gets put on the thing, and this time it takes a lot longer than Ghost. You hear Cance goes, he's really fighting it. Give him time. But sure enough, it stops, 3 beeps, the collar dims, and it's stuck there. It's a very nice, thick-looking collar, but once again, Sage is trying to scratch it off, and he can't. Clover, to soothe him, starts to rub his neck, and she shows you how to do that. Mabel.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. They're so mad. They're so mad.
The Sovereign smiles. Don't worry, when Cypress comes of age, I'll be doing that too. And me. He looks over at Marigold, who spoke up. What? I'll be getting that too? No, Marigold. You're my heir. Why would I expect you to have that? But wouldn't that be Ghost, then? Big Brother's older. He's not my kid. Ghost's ears shoot back at that.
I'm so mad.
After all, his Baba makes that clear. Isn't that right, Mabel?
I want to have this conversation in front of them.
Well, I'll have it. Marigold, I'm not letting... I want that. I don't look like anything around here. You look like nothing you've seen. I'm not gonna be your heir if I don't have that too. Oh, that stubbornness doesn't come from me. Fine then. And he just walks off without hugging her, which he looks sad about. I will say for everyone hiding... Oh, sorry?
I will hug Mary.
You do. For everyone hiding in the room, you hear the door closes, shut. And sure enough, like all New Age stuff that happens with these callers, the kids are going to be crying for a bit. Yeah, all the kids start looking at the fact that they've got collars. Cedar looks at that too. He looks at all of you. He goes up, hey, buddies. It's okay. Yeah, they're gonna sting for a while. It's okay. Sage and Ghost are just crying, but Ghost looks over. Cedar's looking to all of the New Age. It gets better, right? It gets better.
Yeah, it does.
Snowcap looks over. I mean, you. She's thinking. You can never get hurt with them.
It's okay to be upset. It's okay to think it's unfair.
Sage looks at that like, yes, thank you. This is not fair.
But we have to make sure to keep those thoughts to trusted people, okay?
They nod.
She's just hugging a bit. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you didn't have one of the lectures.
They put their ears down, all of them.
So she just kind of sighs. To quote someone I used to know, appreciate the time you don't have. Okay?
Oceanus looks at you and tugs your arm. Does that mean we'll get them?
Yeah, Wrestling just hugs him.
Yeah, at which point, walking up to you, Ivy, is actually... Marigold looks up to you and then looks to the rest of you and then looks up at you, Ivy. How come you don't have to wear them, though? What's the difference between us and you?
Ivy just sort of... Ivy this entire day has had this constant look of, oh, this is fun, of, oh, I'm poking bears. Ooh, we're interrogating me. And now her gaze completely shifts to incredibly sympathetic immediately. Because we live in an unfair world.
Yeah, she puts her ears down. I heard someone speak.
I just said Mabel nods.
And I wish it was different.
They all put their ears down. And they start to walk out. But because she's an inquisitive one... Well, not Daria. Marigold looks up to all of you and then looks between you, Mabel, and you, like in Clover, and you, Mabel. How come Mama has to wear it and not you?
I'm a half dragon.
But Sage was a half dragon.
I agree. It's not fair, but also he's kind of... He glances at where the Sovereign went and just goes, he's a little, and then does, like, that hand motion that you do when, like, the circling hand motion of, like, crazy. Like, he's kind of insane.
Yeah, looks at that, looks back, looks at all of you, and they walk out. We have one last little thing to do, but as a solemn little thought, all of you see the kids walking off. And for many of them, pretty much all of them, collars will be in their future. The only two who aren't walking off is Ghost, who is not letting go of his baba, and Sage, who is not letting go of his mama.
Understandable.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Cedar comes over to all of you. The entire school's going crazy about something about a cambion, but we have classes to get to, so we came to find out where you all were.
Keep an eye on Trothar.
You're muffled. What did you say?
Hello, testing, 1, 2.
That's better?
Hey, Cedar,
Yeah?
keep an eye on Clover, please.
We always do. We're teammates.
I know. We think she's been targeted by one.
They look confused, but Clover just shrugs. Well, we'll worry about that another day. Yeah, the Silex over. Come on. You two want a snack? They shake their heads. You want to have a toy? They shake their heads. They just cling to their parents.
This has been an emotional day, dear God, says the player.
Hey, I wasn't thinking it was gonna turn this way, but, well, things change. That's why you gotta adapt as a DM. Would you all like to go to your next class?
I guess.
As we're going to the classes, Octavia's gonna go off to Shadow and just go. Before we head to our next class, can I pull you aside? Just have a one-on-one.
Shadow looked a little bit out of it because collaring, but then she immediately like flicks an ear and looks down to you. Yeah. Everything alright?
I just need someone to talk to, just real quick.
Alright. She'll follow Octavio.
Yeah.
What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, he's making sure he's far enough away from the party for this. Are they far enough away from the party, Erica?
Yep.
Alright. Just kind of sighs, like, alright, before I talk, I need to ask how you're doing after all of that, because... First off, I'm sorry.
Sorry about what?
That. I've heard about collarings, but I've never seen one like that before.
He flicks an ear. I've had to do it to one of my cubs before. It's not pleasant, and plus, where I'm from, collars aren't really mandated. In fact, they're not even a thing back in the Shadowfell. So it's weird getting one.
Not really
They're not fun.
They're not really a thing from where I'm from either, so...
That can't be all you want to talk about.
No, I'm just... All day I've had a lot of stuff on my mind, and after magic class, I just... You're like the only one that I know I can talk to about it, considering you've told me about the situation with your wife.
Then I'm all ears.
The only thing I can ask you then, and in Scourge Tongue, he just asked, "Can I trust you?"
The thing is that there isn't exactly a Scourge Tongue, so, Xiao, you don't know what the frick he just said. Because the one you were used to is your wife's specific dialect.
She hears that, flicks an ear, tilts her head. I don't know that dialect.
It's a version of Scourge.
Which one?
Darian? I think that's what they call him.
She gets down at your level by sitting down like crisscross in front of you. And what did you ask me?
If I can trust you. Because my
You
entire
haven't.
life I've thought I was one thing, and he kind of like shows off like the magic and his own magic, like how it's all old race, and he's like, my entire life I thought I was that, and now I see this, and it just confirmed what I thought of basically all my time just traveling throughout the rest of Trothar.
I mean, you haven't gone running off to tell my secret yet. I mean, you and Mabel, I think, are the only ones we're aware of
No, because I understand.
My wife.
No, because I understand that. My parents were prosecuted.
Her ears just kind of flick backwards. The answer is yes, you can trust me.
You can trust me because of that. I just... With everything going on, especially with cambions, he kind of rubs his face, that makes it even more complicated.
Very. You don't know how much I wanted to punch that receptionist in the mouth when she said bear folk were dangerous.
No, and... Same thing with me with saurians. I lived that. All they were... My family wasn't trying to be animalistic just because they wanted to, they were just trying to survive. That was so many years ago at this point. Starts chuckling to himself.
Hey, it's all valid.
But I'm not a saurian either, so I'm a kobold, but... I just don't understand.
You're a kobold who doesn't know who they're from, and you don't really know kobold culture. And also, you reek of werefolk. It's confusing, I don't understand that.
Kind of rubs the top of his head. I just needed to get that off of my chest, honestly, because literally I spent like basically half the day hyperfixated on that, trying to figure that out.
I get that. I don't know a damn thing about Felanan culture. I was raised by a Tabaxi and a Knoll. They didn't know anything about it.
And do you ever care about actually looking up your culture and being a part of it, or?
A part of me does. But the other half of me kind of thinks it's too late for me to learn.
And that's something we share solidarity in too, because my entire time here, everyone's telling me, oh, I need to learn more about more about my people, but it's hard when you don't necessarily know what other people are.
That's fair. That also includes demigod culture. Had no
Also
information.
Gesundheit.
Also bless you to
Yeah.
whoever snizzed. I have no connection to celestial culture, and yet I came here, and the moment everyone saw the star on my forehead, they were just hyperfixated on that.
I didn't even know about it until I came to the school this second time. Like,
I want to be more connected here.
he just kind of sighs and just looks up. Oh, figure that out.
All right.
She puts like a hand on your head and lifts out a bear trap. Alright.
Yeah, just kind of.
What I will say is, as you two are talking, Cedar is looking over to all of you. Hey, come on! Class time!
We're coming.
Looks like we can't avoid it.
Yeah, we can't.
Also, Yarrow, I assumed you're heading with them to class.
Somebody's gonna have to tell him that it's over and that it's time to head back to class, because he took his children away.
Fair enough. So if that's the case, then I will say Masai saw that you're going away, and calls, Yarrow! Class time!
After a bit, he starts to walk out, leading his kids, and he's holding on to that bear kind of tightly.
Yeah, Snowcap looks. That's a nice bear. Is it for one of your kids?
No, the therapist gave it to me.
Well, I think it looks really good. Good for you.
He kind of looks down at it for a moment. And he starts to kind of put it away in his bag. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
And that's okay. Alright, so is anyone ready for a little bit of funsies before we end the session?
fun.
Oh, something actual fun.
Okay, look.
Hey, I gave you all a warning. This is gonna be a heavy one.
I know. I'm just being silly.
Okay. So, for everybody here, you walk back in, and once again, the Sovereign is there with
Ah,
Caden.
motherfucker.
We're getting to the fun! This is just the last thing.
Mhm.
The Sovereign looks up to you, Mabel. Hound, stag.
My sovereign.
What?
How rude. Anyway, I just wanted to remind you all that I will be taking both of your children with me to my room, as you both will be staying with me tonight.
Wait, the both of...
Because they already had this argument, and Mabel remembers what happened, just goes, okay.
Wait, I'll
Thank
be
you.
staying with you tonight?
And Mabel, yes. Don't both of you look surprised. You're acting as if I'm going to do something disrespectful or rude near the children.
No, I just wasn't informed on this, sir. I'm sorry.
You've been a little busy the last few days. There's nothing wrong with it.
Thank you, darling. I spoke out of turn, though.
Again, he smiles. He looks at Mabel. Why can't you be like her?
I don't know. Take a guess. There's so many reasons.
Keep that up. You know what? I'm in a good mood today. I did our civic duty of getting our little children collared up. Though I can make the exception to be a little bit sooner for Cyprus.
It glares.
My
So-
sovereign.
1 second. So what do we say when we make a mistake, Stag?
Sorry.
He's giving you a look.
Just smiles at him. In the most, like, what are you gonna do in front of everybody else, bitch? What are you gonna do?
Yes, Shadow?
In terms of collaring, would that apply to Vale, since she's technically a hybrid?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
I just wanted confirmation on that.
He nods. Come along, children. He turns, Kane smiles. Come along now. The other kids go because they recognize to follow him, except Sage and Ghost. They are not letting go of their Baba and their mom.
Hope they got to ghost.
She goes to grab Ghost by the scruff. Come on, it's time for bed.
Glaring at her.
Would you tell your son to let go?
I don't wanna.
Well, you better... my lord. Yes, Clover? If you remember, they need to get a medical checkup after their collars to make sure everything's fine. That's correct. Cadence, let him go. But, my lord, let him go. Alright. She lets him go and walks off. Clover pats his back. He is gone. Now would you all go like to beat stuff up, because the next one is dungeon class!
Yeah.
I would love to beat
Please
things
let
up.
us unleash our rage.
Indeed.
One time.
Yara's gonna step up to Mabel really quickly.
Yeah, looks.
When you go inside, he hands him the lantern that, why am I blanking on names?
Henriette?
That Henriette gave him.
Alright, what does the lantern do?
She just said put it outside the door.
Oh, perfect, yes.
Alright.
Okay. Alright, so you get to the room. As you all know, I'll change the theme to this. So Coulter is again getting things ready. You see everyone there. I'm gonna assume you all sit there, and she looks up. Right. Who's ready to fight today? Yeah, Buckthorn looks up. Wait, we actually get to fight? You do. Now sit down. I've told you the basics of what you need to watch for, what monsters, everything else, so who's ready to fight?
Oh, this should be fun.
Yeah, she's looking at all of you. Well?
Yes.
Alright, that's some motivation. Come on.
Looks at everybody else like, oh, I'm going.
Yeah, Shalib is enthusiastically walking down.
Yeah,
I will say
going.
Clover takes goes. Continuing.
Going.
Okay. Ivy, Octavia.
Yep, coming.
Wrestling.
Alright.
Yeah.
Wrestling craves blood.
Ivy kind of
Yarrow?
like shrugs and stands up.
Oh, sorry. Continue, Ivy.
Ivy just sort of is like, oh, everybody's going for murder. Okay. Kind of stands up and follows after everyone. I've not had a traumatizing day. I've had a very fun day. Kind of vibe.
One day I've got to make fun of Shadow Leap and I've got to swear in front of children.
Yes, exactly!
It's the best
Yeah.
kind of day for Ivy.
And then she witnessed the horrors of coloring.
Yeah. But no. You come up to Coulter. She nods. Okay. Can you look down the hole for me, please?
Looking down the hole.
The whole.
Okay, Rustling, you're the first one up there. You look down, and you feel a kick to your tail rump as you get shot down the hole.
And there she goes.
Alright, this
I
is
think-
simple. For
I
each
feel
and every... Hold on. For each and every one of you, grabs Octavio, you are going down there to practice, throws you down. Your simple job is to survive, grabs Ivy's paw, throws her down, and you all will do it, as she grabs Yarrow's antlers and throw him down, as a team!
I will willingly go, please don't touch me.
Fair enough, get down there!
I will say, as wrestling went down, you just heard a, like, woo!
Indeed.
The fucking Wilhelm scream.
Yeah.
Shadow fucking cannonballs in.
Just very much excited, just like, woo!
Indeed. It's a little tunnel system, so it's a slide that goes down about 30 feet, then 40 feet, then total is about 100 feet below the school. Or not 100 feet, like, basically about, we'll say 50 feet. Rustling, could you make me a dex save?
A deck save, you say? I sure can do that.
As I move you all over.
10.
Yeah, so let me explain what happens. You tumble down, you're like, okay, this is nice, then smacked in by Octavio, then Yarrow, then Ivy, then Mabel, then Shadow. So you all are in a pile.
Get your
Ow.
hands off of me!
Oh god, this was a bad idea.
Yeah, getting up.
Gets up.
You're a lot heavier than you look.
In my mind, Maple actually landed well because he can't fly, but he can at least glide.
You kind of landed well, but you still landed in the pile.
Yeah.
Just at the top of the
Yeah,
pile.
from up above, let me just move you all over to the map.
Ooh.
Players, you see this is a dug out place. Tons of corridors and passageways and everything else.
Oh.
It stretches down far. And from above you just hear, "You got 10 seconds!"
What?
I said you have 8 seconds!
Alright, let's just start moving.
Yeah.
Hey, who knows? Maybe we'll discover our fucking team name down here.
Let's stick together, guys.
Well, Ivy's already gone down one of the tunnels.
Ivy!
Ivy!
We have a time limit. Let's fucking go.
6 seconds!
Oh,
Alright,
boy.
alright,
All
alright.
right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Survive?
Sometimes you work orders out on the fly. She just says that like instinctually.
You have gone through hell.
3 seconds!
Guys, down here, come on.
I'm not a fan of this at all.
I think we're gonna have to run with it on the fly here.
All right, Mabel and Yara, are you two going down the same path?
Yeah, they started walking back and the group did.
All right, I just meant to keep your tokens together.
I see nothing.
You
see nothing?
You might have to refresh.
Yeah.
It might be my fault, just to check. Let me try something. Hun, can you see that better?
I'm reloading the page. It's just taking
Sorry,
a
1
second.
second, my headphones have died.
So squishies, do squishies stay in the center?
That's fine, but she does call. It begins now!
I still see nothing. Let me refresh again.
Let me try this again, just to make sure we avoid this like last time. Okay, okay, so... Fog of War on, and then off, save. Again, we're not getting into the fight today, just the setup. But once you hear that, suddenly you hear a shing of metal, and then some snarling from behind all of you. Your goal? Take down your enemy!
Oh fuck.
Oh
Looking
boy.
around for the enemy.
Oh fuck, let's fucking go!
Alright, turn on Fog of War.
Oh god.
Oh shit!
Hold on a second, everybody. Let me just reveal.
Let's fucking go.
Can you all see yourselves right now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
There we are.
Perfect. And let me just get the things you're all supposed to see now.
Can I swap places with Vulture?
Up to you.
I'll move my boy.
Move the sun boy.
Alright. On the topic of Vulture, you see him poke his head out to hear something before he hisses and runs into Mabel's bag.
Yep, plops him into there, like, yep, good place for you.
I'm gonna sniff snorf.
It smells furry.
Sounds like a
Something big. And multiple of them.
fur. Well, whatever it is, it's a lot of them, and it smells very hairy.
And I have used a spell and a charge of wild shape to do other things today. Wonderful.
Oh, I'm going to say when you got in, Coulter would have given you a long rest.
Just sleep for 8 hours?
More, she has a potion of that.
What
And
is
I'll
that?
move what's up close right there.
Oh no.
Oh
Actually
no,
move myself, wait.
I don't like that.
Is that a bugbear?
It's not a bugbear.
Is it a gremlin?
Walks up to all of you.
Oh, that's
It's
a
a
winter
dire
wolf.
wolf.
That's a fucking dire
I
wolf.
really thought that was a frog.
Are we allowed to...
And to reveal the rest,
Would this
a
be
pack of
homicide?
dire wolves.
Would this be genocide on my part, considering I'm part dire wolf?
Nah.
No,
But that's where we're going to call it for today.
Oh.
I know that was a bit of an emotionally charged session, if we will. But I hope you all enjoyed that. And next week, we will be getting started on a fight, which will then lead to some fun other stuff. But I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. And for now, take it easy, everybody, and say bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye!
Bye-bye.
Come on, Nathan,
I
do
know where
bed.
you live.